Ya, good morning Pak Peter, selamat pagi. Apakah acara sudah bisa dimulai, Pak?
Yes, we are starting in 2 minutes, I think, 8:20.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. I know we're quite on time. Good. You have to keep an eye on Greg's presentation, make sure he's on time.
Yes, please alert me if I'm running into any limits.
I'm sure it'll be great. We're looking forward to it.
I'm not sure if it's going to be long or short on time, and so just let me know. Give me some feedback if I'm running long.
We'll give you the 5-minute.
Okay, very good.
Something subtle. Well, decouple you from Zoom.
That would work, yeah.
That could work, yeah. I'm sorry, Greg seems to have disappeared. Not to worry. All right, how are we doing here? 18, okay. Yesterday we had about up to 65 people. That was quite good.
Yeah, that was good.
So people are coming online. Pak Rowodo, morning.
Morning, Pak Peter. We could start right now?
Yeah, are you ready? Everybody ready? We can start. Okay.
I think we could start.
All right, let's
Thank
go
you.
for it. I'll turn my volume up. Okay, good morning, everyone. Salamat pagi. And I've been told by the interpreter it's better to speak only one language, so I cannot use my fluent Bahasa. So that's lucky for all of you. So good morning and welcome to everyone. And I will say, yang saya hormati Bapak Muhammad Rodo, Director Regional 2 Bapenas. And I believe we have from GAC, we may have Bu Melissa or Pak Kevin Tokar, the Head of Development Cooperation. Representatives from our partner ministries from Kemendesa, Kemenpan dan Arbe, Kemenko Marvez, Kemendagri, Ministry of Trade. Again, many of our partners we've worked with over the years, we welcome you to the workshop today. Yesterday we had, we have, yes, our interpreters. I would like to welcome Bu Jessica and Bu May. We had Bu May yesterday, and the interpreters did a terrific job, so thank you very much. And again, welcome all of our participants who are joining us, and thank you for coming in today. Our agenda is till about noon, I think 12:15 today. We have two presentations. One is from Pak Greg Elms, which is on preparing Indonesian SMEs for the global megatrends. And then the second is my presentation on levels of intervention, roles of government in advancing LED, and that is essentially the Canadian experience. And this may have been mentioned already, but please feel free, everyone participating. We have simultaneous translation. You have the button for which will be explained for Indonesian or English. And if you have a question or a comment, just please speak in Bahasa and we will hear it in English. So it's not an issue at all. There's no need to worry about language. Just go ahead and speak and it will be translated for either Bahasa or English. So please feel very comfortable, and please feel very comfortable to challenge or comment or question anything in the presentation. And Budini, I should welcome Budini and Pa Doni in our office who are helping to manage today. Is there anything more we need to say about translation or anything for participants?
I will share by chat Zoom,
Okay.
Pak Peter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we're all set? Okay, so welcome Greg Elms, and I think we will, Pa Rodo, did you wish to make any comments at the start of the session?
It's just a little bit that we appreciate that we could we could start this morning session for the online, and hopefully there will be more and more people will join until the end of this session this afternoon. That's why. Thank you, Pak Peter, Pak Greg, for your time and for your sharing today.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much, Papa. Okay, and I don't believe, is anyone there from GAC? I'm not sure they have come in yet, who Melissa? So they can make a comment later. Okay, so we'll turn it over to Greg. Good morning, Greg, and thank you.
Selamat pagi. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start off by thanking Bapenas Director Rudo for this opportunity to share some ideas and share some experience and some observations to all of you today. And of course, I'd like to thank Global Affairs Canada for their support of the NSLIC project. And of course, thank NSLIC for also giving me the opportunity to share some ideas with you today. And thank you in advance for the interpreters. I'll violate the rule of just briefly by saying, saya bisa bicara sedikit bahasa Indonesia cukup untuk negosiasi di pasar dan negosiasi dengan istri saya. I mean, diskusi dengan istri saya. But for the technical presentation, my bahasa Indonesia saya tidak cukup bagus. So thank you for the translators for being able to convey my thoughts more clearly than I could in Bahasa Indonesia. So if I may, I'll switch to sharing my screen and start my presentation. So I hope you can all see my title slide.
Yes.
It's clear.
Good. So my presentation today will be in two parts. The first part will be sharing some observations and some ideas relating to what some of the essential SME capacities are particularly for entering international markets, but it also has implications for domestic competition and domestic success. The second part of my presentation will look at what I refer to as competitiveness partnership models, which are sometimes called public-private dialogue models, which are tools that can be used to help understand and support the needs of SMEs, in addition to those of larger firms, which are already having dialogue with the government. So these are the two areas that I plan to focus on today. And I would start off by saying, I think if one of the priorities of BAPANAS is to support change in the environment, then it's important to have a clear understanding of what the challenges are, not just the long-term opportunities, but also what is the current state of play? What is the stakeholder analysis tell you about where our starting point is? Because there may be some opportunities or some needs to relook at the coming 5-year plan to see if some of the issues that I'll be raising are being addressed by the near-term policies, in addition to looking at opportunities for medium and longer term programming. So that's the spirit with which I'm going to share some observations to help give you some firsthand experience from the work I've done on where some of the challenges lie with SMEs, frankly, with 30 million of them that are the non-farming number of SMEs that we have in Indonesia. It's a very significant number. It's a challenge to reach all of them. It's even a challenge to reach some of them for reasons that I will share. And just to give you a brief bit of background, I've had an amazing opportunity to work in Indonesia for about 35 years. My first 7 years was in the private sector as an informal, indirect foreign investment via an agent, a partner, and then later as an initial official foreign investment. And that gave me a lot of firsthand knowledge about what it's like to be an investor and a business in Indonesia, even at the smaller end of the scale, because we only had about 5 or 6 employees. And that evolved into a role where the Canadian government funded my presence inside BIC-APM as a Canadian investment advisor during the period of 1994 to 2004. And I had an embedded office inside BIC-APM, and during that 10-year period advised about 1,000 firms on market entry, also working with Indonesian partners and identifying Indonesian partners that would make suitable partners for joint venturing. So that added another layer of sort of knowledge about what works in Indonesia, what doesn't work so well from an investment perspective. And that evolved into work with the World Bank Group, both the International Finance Corporation and IBRD, which is typically known as World Bank, from 2005 up to 2013. And some of the work we did was to support the government on the investment law of 2007, the special economic zone law, investment promotion policies and best practices, tax incentives, and general investment policy. So that was a very much deeper dive in terms of these policy areas through that 10-year period. Then I had an opportunity to serve as the field director of a project funded by the Government of Canada called the Canada-Indonesia Trade and Private Sector Assistance Project from 2014 up to 2019. And the focus of this project was on capacity building of SMEs to export, but also on building capacity of Ministry of Trade to support SMEs to be able to export. We were working with DJ Penn within Ministry of Trade primarily, but we also worked with several of the other directorates within Ministry of Trade in various demand-driven capacity building. So that was a very positive project, and Minister of Trade was very happy with the outcome, and the SMEs that we supported were also very appreciative. So I consider that to have been a successful project from which we learned quite a bit about the current situation of SMEs in Indonesia and what their challenges are. And that's what I'll be sharing with you during my presentation this morning. I'm also involved with the Canadian private sector here. I'm an advisor to CADEN's Indonesia-Canada Committee called KICAN. And through the Indonesia-Canada Chamber of Commerce, we have an MOU with CADEN. And I'm currently serving on a volunteer basis as vice chair of the Indonesia-Canada Chamber of Commerce. So still staying active in keeping my finger on the pulse of what business has as concerns and what the opportunities and challenges are. So with that being said, my first session is looking at both the challenges and potential solutions for, what do SMEs need to be able to do, principally to enter international export markets, but also I think there are significant implications for how SMEs compete and grow and develop within the domestic market. So I hope you find this, firsthand experience useful in understanding your stakeholders better, in case you've not had the opportunity to do this kind of drill down. I hope that I'll be able to give you a few insights into what I've learned and what the projects I've been involved with have learned. So at a sort of a philosophical level, at a fundamental philosophical level, I'd like to share with you some ideas about what I've observed and what generally is the paradigm for any kind of change that one might want to try to take place in an environment. And I think, this model can apply not only to SMEs, but it can apply to government capacity building. It can apply to any area where there's an activity which is trying to improve the environment. There are three elements. One is opportunity, one is capacity, and one is motivation. So when it comes to SMEs, the question becomes, does the SME have access to the right kind of assistance to grow? And that would be assistance perhaps in the form of training or coaching, access to market information, access to finance, raw materials, technology inflow, equipment. And generally speaking, there are a number of government programs and development partner programs that provide the opportunity. The challenge is probably scaling up to reach a broader number, but the opportunity exists. And there are an increasing number of online materials that make it easier for SMEs to do some self-study if they are so inclined and if they have the capacity. So then we move to capacity. And the question here is, do the SMEs individually or on a group basis have the capacity to absorb and make use of the assistance provided? Or, I guess the question could be also changed to, is the education or skill level of the proprietors of the SMEs sufficient for them to be able to absorb the opportunity provided to them? Or is there a fundamental capacity building challenge that starts much earlier within the educational system? And then, if that capacity does not already exist, then it needs to be looked at in terms of, okay, what needs to be done to build the capacity of the present stock of SMEs, as well as the flow of new SMEs, to make sure that they can take advantage of the opportunities. And then perhaps more fundamentally is the motivation factor. Is the SME entrepreneurially motivated to absorb and apply the new skills to grow their business? Or do they not really care? Do they just want to stay where they are and not take the additional risk or not take the additional stress of trying to grow their business? And we know, through observation, that many SMEs are operating in a more of a subsistence level rather than a growth-oriented or entrepreneurial type of approach. So I think these three factors together are the lenses through which you should have a look at the stakeholder community and then see, which SMEs need to be provided with the opportunity. The ones that have the capacity would be the quicker wins, and you need to pick ones that are motivated to make use of that information, that opportunity that's being provided to them. So this is a very fundamental issue from my experience that could be a guiding force for any sort of development partner project or any government intervention into supporting the stakeholder environment. So some of the additional challenges that we identified, is that SMEs can be hard to find. Now, this may be due to their preference for informality. And I know that the new online single submission system is trying to create more formality through NIB number issuance and registration in the system. But the SMEs in Indonesia tend not to be registered in industry associations. And this is unlike Italy, where we heard from Dr. Andrea Ferranini yesterday that in Italy, many of the SMEs are registered in industry associations. And this may be due to the fact that in Italy in the 1970s, there was an economic collapse of some of the larger firms, and all that was left were the SMEs. So the industry associations became more SME focused. Whereas in Indonesia, whenever I've consulted with industry associations and asked them about SME involvement in their membership, they basically say, well, we don't really have any. It's mostly the medium to large firms, and generally more the larger firms that can afford to pay the membership fees and see the need for there to be the associations to help them with lobbying. For the SMEs, there's either, there's perhaps too many of them, and they don't see the benefit, the cost benefit aspect. So I think this is an important consideration, because if we can't find them as development partners, buyers won't be able to find them either domestic buyers or international buyers. So visibility is a challenge. SMEs also have limited production capacity. They're smaller, they have a smaller production capacity than a buyer might like to have, particularly for export sales. There's usually a desire to have a sufficient volume to have cost effectiveness of each transaction, because if you have 10 small transactions, each one takes as much work as one larger transaction. So that's an issue that affects SMEs, particularly for export. It's a bit less of a problem for domestic market. Now, if large orders are variable in nature, it may be difficult for SMEs to remain scaled up between orders because of some of the rigidities that exist in the business environment in terms of hiring staff and firing staff, to allow the SMEs to surf the waves of variable orders. So I think that's another consideration that has to be carefully looked into, is as I touched on yesterday, is the business environment one that allows for and supports volatility of market orders or volatility of technology, so that firms can adjust to changing circumstances quickly without causing them to go bankrupt in the process of doing so. And some SMEs prefer to stay small and not export. For them, the domestic market may be more attractive and less difficult than trying to understand how to export. The domestic market doesn't have as much in the way of requirements that have to be satisfied, carefully satisfied in order to be successful. And the SME may simply prefer the flexibility of a smaller scale business activity that gives them the freedom to do other things while also running a small business on a part-time basis. So this needs to be understood as, do the individuals who are operating as SMEs, would they rather be employees? Would they rather be part-time employees? Would they rather stay as they are on a part-time basis doing a home-based business? Maybe that's fine. I mean, maybe that's acceptable, and that there's no need to sort of pressurize them into doing more than they're comfortable, or to do more than they have the capacity to do. And this is where we get into the other observation of SMEs often lack the skills needed for business growth. They may not be able to communicate or operate effectively at the level that's needed to undertake both export and import requirements. And what we've observed with some SMEs is they may not know how to grow their business, i.e. to hire staff and to delegate. Several of the SMEs that we engaged with, they were basically a sole proprietorship type of company where the head of the company was simultaneously the head of marketing, the head of production, and the head of finance. So they were time slicing their skills across all these areas, and they didn't know how to grow the business and delegate those functions. So this can be a factor. Understanding how to grow a business is, I think, key both for domestic and for international market success. So I'd like you to keep these challenges in mind as we look at and drill down into some of the specific areas that SMEs are faced with. So the input to my comments come largely from a recent 5-year project funded by Global Affairs Canada, which was called the Canada-Indonesia Trade and Private Sector Assistance Project. And this project provided an opportunity to identify the export skill gaps of Indonesian SMEs, particularly in the footwear, apparel, and coffee sectors. Now, we picked those sectors because we were looking for sectors where SMEs had the potential to export directly to international markets rather than through larger aggregators. For example, rubber is a major export, but typically the SMEs provide the rubber to a larger aggregator who then does the exporting. So we wanted to explore, what's involved in direct export. So we picked these clusters, and these clusters also had the potential for involvement by both male-owned businesses and female-owned businesses. So we were also looking at the gender equality aspect of what could we learn from that engagement. And on a sort of a pilot basis, we worked closely with 15 SMEs over a 2-year period to identify gaps and improve their ability to export to global markets, including to Canada. Now, TPSA identified several skill areas that SMEs needed to focus on in order to be able to grow their business by exporting. We did an analysis of each of the SMEs, and we found a lot of areas in common across all of the SMEs of areas that they had to improve in order to be effective. And the challenge was also finding the SMEs because they were not visible through industry associations. So we actually had to contract people to walk the streets in the areas where there were known clusters and to try to identify SMEs that were interested in the project and also able to make some nominal contribution of their own resources, because it's easy to get firms to join a project if you fully fund everything. But we wanted some that were willing to commit some of their capital in participating in trade fairs, for example, and also their time and effort. So we wanted ones that were oriented to being entrepreneurial and growing their businesses and committing resources But we also were looking for ones that needed assistance to do that. So that was part of our filter of what kind of SMEs to identify. And what you'll see from the findings is that helping SMEs to become export ready is a multi-dimensional challenge. It's not a simple quick fix of digitalization, as you will see. So all of the SMEs that we worked with had skill or knowledge gaps in the following areas. They didn't know how to do market research. They would ask, give me a list of buyers, because they didn't know how to find that themselves, to research that themselves. And it is challenging for an SME, even for larger firms, but larger firms tend to have the ability to fund that work internally, whereas SMEs typically do not have the resources to do so. The requirements, which I'll detail each of these in the coming slides, but the content requirements for digital presence and e-commerce were also largely missing. They were fine in the domestic market at a smaller scale, but for export or for growth, they were missing some elements. There were also aspects of product design in terms of meeting standards for international markets, product quality, and the pricing. You know, there was a lot of lack of knowledge about what was needed in each of these three areas. Another important factor was communications. The communications with buyers, including negotiation skills. There were some big gaps there in terms of what the SMEs were able to do and how quickly they could do it. And then when it gets into some of the more granular elements, like, okay, when you've got an export market in mind, what do you have to do for labeling, for packaging, and for logistics to get the product into the buyer's hands? Initially samples and then later quantity orders. Another challenge that some of the SMEs experienced, many of them experienced, was access to finance in order to fulfill orders. So once they're successful in securing a new buyer, then they've got to figure out how to get the raw materials, how to pay for them to be able to fulfill that order. So that can be a challenge when they grow their businesses, is how to be able to manage the cash flow effectively. And in many cases, there was an absence of properly branded and consistent sales, marketing, and communication materials. So I'll explain in some later slides what that means. And in terms of one of the key areas for finding new markets, trade show participation was often not done in a systematic way. They didn't know how to prepare for it and how long it takes to prepare and how to get their samples ready, and then what to do at the trade show, how to participate effectively during the limited number of days of a trade show, and then perhaps even more importantly, how to follow up afterwards with any new leads that were identified. So these were all areas that needed capacity building. So that's why I say it's more than just digitalization to succeed in exporting. In many cases, the content needs to be digitalized, needs to be created first. And I think, you know, many of the skill or knowledge gaps that are important for SMEs to be able to export are also important for them to be able to grow in the domestic market, because there's a large number of them competing with each other, and those who have better presentation in the domestic market are more likely to be successful. So even though the focus of the project was on exporting, you know, there are definitely implications for growth within the domestic market for SMEs. So to try to help deal with the issue of access to market research, particularly for SMEs, was that, you know, it was recognized that it can be difficult or expensive for individual SMEs to conduct or even to contract market research just for their own needs. So what we, in consultation with Ministry of Trade, the project developed a manual on how to prepare market intelligence reports. And Ministry of Trade has a system where firms can become members of an online system where they can gain access to market research reports. So this was a way to populate some content and support, the development of market reports that then could be accessed by SMEs within the existing systems. And it also serves as a bit of a guide for SMEs in terms of what information they can consider when they're doing their own market research or their own market analysis. And also industry associations, if they are so inclined, could make use of the manual to do their own market research for their sectors. Now, of course, that would tend to influence or benefit more the larger firms that are members of industry associations. And that's where the key is for many of the industry associations, is how to get more SMEs involved. Maybe some sort of additional tier of membership at a lower cost level is needed to be considered by many of the industry associations, so that they can broaden their base of access to the business environment. And if any of you would like to download this manual and have a look at it, it's in Bahasa Indonesia, and it can be downloaded from the link at the bottom of this slide. Sorry, I've just lost my cursor for a second here. Okay, there we go. So in terms of digital presence and e-commerce, the SMEs that we worked with, which I think are fairly representative of many SMEs, they did not have business sounding email addresses, or maybe no email addresses. Maybe they were just relying on Instagram and other social media means of communication, or relying on Tokopedia or other platforms. And they did not have websites to host their product catalogs and brochures. Now, while this form of marketing is evolving, SMEs that have websites and business email addresses appear to be more professional and more export ready than those who do not. And, Instagram or other social media by themselves may be sufficient for domestic market reaching of potential buyers and customers, but it's not generally sufficient when it comes to export markets. So the project worked with the SMEs to help them set up a website, domain name that matched their company branding, and to set up business email addresses so that they could appear more professional. And that would help them attract buyers as part of the overall process. Now, when it comes to product design, product quality, and pricing, this is where it can be a bit more intensive, because you need expert consultation that's familiar with what the export market expectations are with respect to product design, current designs, current trends, and product quality. And this may involve over a period of several months, exchanging samples, identifying suitable raw materials to see if the raw materials are available domestically or if they can be imported cost effectively. And are there any upgrades required in equipment or processing improvements? And a couple of the SMEs decided to basically stop doing their export promotion and invest in building their production systems so that they could produce better quality products, and then re-engaging with markets. So they learned that, okay, the way they've been doing it is not cost effective, and it's not producing the result needed. So they actually made changes in their production processes. Excuse me. And pricing strategies, especially international pricing strategies, was an area that many of the SMEs who had not exported before had no expertise in, no understanding of best practices. So work was done to look at their pricing strategies and give input. And this was a very intensive part of the coaching and mentoring. So it's not something that can be done easily or quickly. And this is a bit harder to do through online self-learning means, but potentially could be organized that way if you had the right kind of experts to share and package the knowledge for each sector and each subsector. Then in terms of buyer communications and negotiation skills, the SMEs tended to respond slowly or unclearly or not at all to emails from prospective buyers, which created missed sales opportunities. And there were also weaknesses in the style of price negotiation communications, where the traditional Indonesian approach to negotiation may not be one that would create comfort in the buyers. So there was a need to sort of give coaching and mentoring to uplift the approach to negotiation on price and on supply. And in terms of language communication, the SMEs were encouraged to find staff who could communicate directly with buyers in the language of the buyer, whether it be English or for other markets, other languages. This was an important consideration to make sure the communication channel works. And a general policy of response times within 24 hours to any email were also recommended and implemented. And even if the response is to say, thank you for your email, we will get back to you in 2 days or 4 days, that's a response. And it lets the person who's emailed know that, you know, there is a live person at the end of the email who will be coming back at some point with information requested. So that sort of protocol is an important aspect that SMEs need to do some work on from our observation. And in terms of the price negotiations, there were some simulated price negotiations that were undertaken with the SMEs so they could get a sense of what they might expect when they're dealing with international buyers. And then when it came to a specific country, in this case, Canada, the SMEs were generally not aware of the required labeling and packaging and logistics requirements. You know, in Canada, we have dual language requirements. There are material content reporting requirements, and a number of things that go into this. You know, what are the packaging expectations of the buyer? What sort of logistics are involved in sending samples and in sending orders? What are the rules and regulations? For example, for shoes, if you're sending samples, you have to drill a hole right through the sole of the shoe to show that it's not for resale. And many of them are not aware of that requirement and that practice of basically damaging the sample in order to make it acceptable for import as a sample. So there was a lot of good learning that went on there that the SMEs were not familiar with prior to our intervention. Now, in access to finance, in some cases, once the SMEs received orders, they had difficulty fulfilling those orders due to lack of working capital for the raw materials. Some of them had to turn down larger orders. And in general, the collateral requirements of the banks were cited as too high or too risky or impossible to fulfill. And many of the SMEs were reluctant to basically use their house as collateral for a transaction which may or may not complete successfully, and they didn't want to lose their house as a result of that. So that's still a bit of a challenge, but there are some banks such as PTBJB, which offers loans to SMEs at reasonable rates, and they also provide training and business coaching services via their PESAT program. And there's a need to provide more information to SMEs about the banks that are willing to loan to them, because this information is just not centrally available, and SMEs have to do a lot of hunting to find this out. Now, there are angel investor networks that provide equity investments to help SMEs grow in Indonesia, but this is selective on the part of the venture capital, and not all SMEs are suitable for this option. But I think one of the interesting things about the current policy regime of the government of Indonesia is that SMEs are not able to gain access to foreign equity investment due to the current investment regime rules regarding FDI. FDI is not permitted to invest at the level of SMEs or to invest in SMEs. And this protection of SMEs is actually creating a constraint to their growth. It's a missed opportunity for Indonesian SMEs to gain access to capital. And it's recommended that the government consider the possibility of a special class of direct FDI venture capital equity investment into Indonesian SMEs for the SMEs to receive it. And it might be a class of foreign investment that doesn't provide residency permits and doesn't create the other perceived risks that the government of Indonesia perceives as risks of FDI. But I think this is an area that needs a bit of a deeper look, because many countries have no minimum capital requirements, and they're quite happy to receive investments into SMEs to help the SMEs grow or gain access to foreign markets. So in a sense, we have overprotection of SMEs with respect to access to finance in the current regime. So again, the sales and marketing and communications materials, none of the SMEs had appropriate sales materials and marketing communications, such as consistently branded business cards, letterhead, brochures, product catalogs, quotation sheets, invoice templates. And those that did have some materials had errors in the foreign language versions of them, which make them look a bit less professional. It looks like they've not done their proper checking of the content. So considerable time and effort was spent by the project experts to help SMEs to develop the proper materials and materials that are intended to be in a foreign language need to be checked by native language speakers of that language for accuracy, because the materials with spelling or grammatical errors reduce the probability of a sale. And I think what's also important to understand is, in order for the SMEs to develop these materials that look professional, the services of graphic arts professionals and photographers are required. And that is an additional cost for the firms that they may or may not be able to cover themselves easily. So, but it is an important consideration if the SME is to produce materials that are attractive and appealing to buyers. And as I mentioned early on, the participation in trade shows, what we had observed was that very often SMEs were being recruited to participate in trade shows, but they were not really given a clear guide on how to prepare. They weren't given any guidance on what to do at the trade show, and they weren't given any guidance on what to do after the trade show, because the organizers of the trade shows were really just looking for people to pay for the booth. They weren't really that concerned about whether the renters of the booths were getting a good result. They didn't have the capacity to drill down to that level. So recognizing this, we worked with the Indonesia Export Training Center of the Ministry of Trade to develop a manual for how to prepare for, how to participate in, and how to follow up after trade show. And also some presentation materials were developed. So this information is available. There's a link where it can be downloaded. The PPEI of Ministry of Trade has access to this information. And we think it's a very useful guide for any ministry that's organizing any trade show to any country, because what applies for, in this case, Canada, equally applies to trade shows anywhere. So I think, this is an important way of making sure that SMEs that participate in trade shows are able to benefit from them, and they just don't go and satisfy, the booth rental requirements of the organizer of the trade show, but they actually get business out of it. And then overall, there was a need to sort of demystify the process of exporting for those who are not familiar. So a comprehensive step-by-step guide was developed, as well as training curriculum that was shared with PPEI on how to export, that covers basically the reasons for exporting and focuses on the 3 key stages of export preparation, including business preparation, market development, and market entry as key stages of developing new export markets. And again, if you're interested, in more detail, this manual can be downloaded from the link at the bottom of the page. So there was success. At the end of 2 years, the 15 SMEs reported an increase of 6.5 million US in sales. They had new sales and marketing collateral that were attracting new buyers. The SMEs were more confident to participate in trade shows, fully funded by themselves because they could see the benefits of participating. And they started to become role models and champions for other SMEs in their networks. And my understanding is Ministry of Trade is still making continued good use of the manuals and guides that were developed by the project. And there's a whole range of other materials that the project collected, more than 100 publications. So if you'd like to have a look at everything that the project developed, these are links to all of the publications and to the entire website, both in English and Bahasa Indonesia, for your later review. A lot of material, including material on gender and trade and environmental, process improvements for environmental sustainability, more than I can cover in today's presentation. So please, at your leisure, have a look at this material, which has been archived for future reference. And I'd like to just draw your attention to another publication you may want to have a look at, one which was undertaken by OECD and funded by the Government of Canada as part of the Canada-OECD Project for ASEAN SMEs. And it was undertaken by the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions, and Cities, primarily in cooperation with the Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs. But the report also consulted very broadly with a large number of organizations in Indonesia. And there's some very good material in here. Yeah, I could spend an entire day going through the recommendations that are in this report, but we just don't have time for that. But I wanted to alert you to the fact that this publication exists and that there are probably 50 to 100 recommendations on SME policy that could be very valuable to Bapanas and to other ministries. So please, I encourage you to have a look at this and obtain a copy if you can. But I think there's a scale-up strategy needed to reach the 30 million non-farm SMEs. In fact, numbers I've heard is there's 60 million SMEs, but 30 million are farmers, and they're not really likely to be engaging directly with buyers and sellers. Some of them may, but generally speaking, there are 30 million manufacturing or service SMEs. And some of the, for scale up, because it's just not cost effective to try to touch each SME individually, one of the ways is to, for example, to have the Ministry of Trade's PPEI, the Export Training Center curriculum, make it available online, on demand, at no cost, through laptops and other mobile devices, so that people can self-learn. But making it available, you also need to promote that it's available. So that's an important consideration. And then there are other sources of information which SMEs may or may not know about, such as Sekolah Export, that has a YouTube channel. And I think there's a lot of knowledge that's becoming available there on various platforms, but there's perhaps a lack of awareness of what's available. So communication of these resources is important. And an area that I'll speak about next is to consider flexible business networks as models for clusters of SMEs. And I'll explain why in a couple of additional slides. I think there's, the challenges has been, and you probably heard this term, the missing middle, how to grow the missing middle. And looking at some of the data presented in the OECD report that I referenced, 85% of Indonesia's exports arise from approximately 5,000 large-sized firms. Only 15% of exports arise from approximately 5,000 medium-sized firms. The small-scale firms are generally not exporting. But what you see here is that there's a target population of about 10,000 firms that are making up most of Indonesia's exports. on this kind of a ratio. So that's your current baseline stakeholder environment that you need to look at, and how you can grow this 5,000 medium-sized firms into a greater number. You'll probably never get 30 million of them exporting, but you could probably double or triple or quadruple this number if the right approach is applied. And as I mentioned before, the 30 million non-farm firms are small or micro, and they will probably not contribute much to exports until they grow to medium or large size. And this assumes they wish to grow and they have the capacity to grow, i.e. they have the finance, the business skills, the knowledge, the technology, the market intelligence, and the communication skills. So it's not guaranteed that they will be able to grow into that space. And what we learned is that it can take considerable time and frequent coaching and mentoring over 2 to 3 years to enable SMEs to export. And the key will be selecting and supporting the right SMEs, the ones that want to grow and have the capacity to grow, which tends to be the entrepreneurial subsegment of the population. But the reality is the government will probably need to allocate additional financial and human resources to expand the current efforts in order to have impact. And digitalization, online courses, and virtual mentoring may be some ways to do that. Now, I'd like to just share a thought that, if one of the objectives, obviously one objective is SME development, that's good. But if the government also wants to see a quicker growth in exports, then what we observed is the medium scale firms or the slightly larger than medium scale firms, i.e. the small L's, they're more likely to be able to gain the ability to export. And they have the capacity to meet the export volumes and the technical requirements, whereas sole proprietorships, small businesses typically do not. So perhaps a dual track approach is needed for a capacity building strategy, where there's a longer track for the smaller firms and a shorter track for the medium or small L firms. Perhaps that could be considered as a government policy in order to grow exports, both for small and for medium and nascent large firms. Sorry, my cursor's disappeared again. Okay, let me get that back. So one of the areas that I touched on was SME business networks. And, Dr. Andrea Ferranini yesterday touched on this a little bit in some of the question and answer. But Italy has been a long-term example of effective ways of building clusters, building flexible business networks and SME business networks. And in the course of doing research for this presentation, I discovered that Italy has now developed something called a network contract, which provides a legally strong mechanism provided under Italian legislation to facilitate collaboration between companies to carry out shared projects and objectives, which could focus on developing new markets, technology inflow, training, sourcing raw materials, but it gives a sanctioned mechanism. And so far they have 8,000 contracts in Italy involving 42,000 businesses, which are making use of this construct. So I think this is something that needs to be looked at more closely is, are there some good examples from Italy that could be adapted to the Indonesian context to encourage SMEs to work together? I know in the case of Italy, in the past, they would provide certain areas of land at a special rate to SME clusters, or they would provide certain kinds of incentives to SME clusters that qualified. So in addition to those mechanisms, they now have this network contract mechanism that gives a bit more legal certainty to the collaboration. So it's something I think that definitely should be looked into as a way to help foster grouping SMEs together so they appear larger, they appear more like a larger virtual company and are more able to access markets and materials. So as I said, they provide, these business networks, they provide a framework for multiple SMEs to work together to act like a larger virtual organization. And the purposes can be joint market research, marketing, sales, volume aggregation, combining a number of producers together to satisfy an order. They can also be very helpful in terms of capacity building through jointly funded group training, which would not be possible for an individual firm to contract, but would be possible for a group. And also an important area is sourcing of production inputs, raw materials, equipment, services, working capital. Very often the price is better if you order in volume for any of these things. So grouping SMEs together to be able to gain access at a lower cost or at a cost comparable to big firms is an important benefit of these sorts of networks. So I encourage you to have a closer look at this mechanism in your strategy and your planning. So that's the end of my first section. I don't know how we're doing on time. I see we're at 9:14. We could stop for Q&A at this point, or I could continue on and then we could do the Q&A at the end. So I'd like some guidance from Peter as to what the preference would be.
Good question, Greg. Just thinking it might be worth seeing if we have any questions or any comment at this point. Now you're about halfway through.
Okay.
Shall we invite people if there are any comments or questions? Again, Bahasa Indonesia or English.
Very good. I would be interested in hearing how my observations compare with your observations and your understanding of the environment as to whether it's close or not close. Feedback is always very valuable, as Peter indicated yesterday. We don't mind hearing, if there's a different view. In fact, that helps educate us also.
I know there was one comment on chat just pointing out that much of what you said was true about available information, assistance, and whether it was properly targeted or people could access it. So I don't know. And here's a question from Budia.
Okay, thank you, Pak Peter. Maybe I will use bahasa because we have.
Silakan ya.
Okay. Dari yang dipaparkan Pak Greg Elms tadi, observasinya ternyata memang sesuai dengan konteks di Sulawesi Tenggara. Nah, sangat menarik karena tadi ada sistem klaster yang ditawarkan dan saya pikir itu menjadi salah satu solusi bagi UMKM untuk memenuhi kapasitas produksi karena di Sulawesi Tenggara terlalu banyak brand dari produk, tetapi kapasitas produksinya kecil. Nah, kalau dia di cluster menjadi misalnya contohnya ikan asap, brandingnya ikan asap dan itu datang di cluster menjadi cluster ikan asap, itu bisa memenuhi kapasitas produk karena salah satu persoalan kalau kita sudah masuk dalam ekspor ataupun pasar modern dengan kapasitas yang besar, biasanya UMKM itu tidak bisa memenuhi kapasitas tersebut. Jadi bagus sekali kalau seandainya dilakukan sistem cluster. Mungkin itu Pak Peter Pak Greg yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua yang terkait dengan informasi ekspor, memang di daerah utamanya di Indonesia Timur ya, informasi tentang ekspor itu memang kurang didapatkan oleh teman-teman UMKM. Pengalaman dari Project Enslik untuk memfasilitasi mereka untuk ekspor ternyata banyak sekali persyaratan-persyaratan yang belum terpenuhi oleh teman-teman UMKM, sehingga pertemuan hari ini dan juga saya lihat ada manual-manualnya itu sangat bagus sekali untuk kami bisa terapkan juga di daerah Sulawesi Tenggara. Saya pikir dua itu cukup. Terima kasih.
Good. Well, thank you, Ibu Dia. I appreciate the feedback that what I've shared is consistent with your own observations, and that some of the materials will be useful. I think that market information one is a real challenge, and the traditional approach of Ministry of Trade, as lobbied for by many of the sector ministries, was to focus on the top 10 exports of Indonesia and offer those to the world. But there's been a growing shift within Ministry of Trade that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't really work, because different countries have different interests in terms of products, and that resources are scarce. So it's important to do a bit of filtering to decide which are the markets which are the ones that would be interested in the specific products that Indonesia is producing. And I could do a full morning session on that methodology, but that methodology has been shared with Ministry of Trade, and they are working on it. But my belief is that they need more resources to do that for every priority country in the world. And it's not a quick calculation. It takes some time and effort to do and to keep it updated. But if you have that, then you can be more laser focused about what information you give to SMEs about which countries they should consider as markets. And then all of the other supporting material for market penetration can be aligned to match on a demand-driven basis. What does that market want? And I won't go into details about that methodology, but it is a methodology that is known, that many countries are using, that Ministry of Trade is becoming familiar with and starting to apply. But I think that's the key. You've got to know where's the demand and what's the demand for, and then focus on those markets that actually want to buy the product that you have to offer. And you're right, doing it in a group with some unified branding can really help with market penetration and with aggregation, rather than each individual SME trying to compete at a smaller scale. So good. Thank you for the feedback. Very helpful.
And I think there was also a question from Bu Imelda. Are you there, Bu Imelda? From Jogja? One of our SME partners.
I do see the question in the chat. So the question is, what should SMEs and stakeholders do building smart businesses in a digital era? Because it's not only how to sell the product, but also how to make your business sustainable and smart. And I think, one of the other elements of the TPSA project was looking at sustainable production. And, that's not something I'm touching on in the presentation, but there was a lot of disorganization in the production processes of some of the SMEs, a lot of wastage of raw materials. And that we involved a facilitator that was working on the basis of some ILO strategies for more sustainable production. And the firms were, very happy, because what they found was that when they went through the process, they learned how to get feedback from their staff to improve the processes, where they had not been listening to that before. And they also discovered, how they could reduce their costs through energy efficiency, through raw material usage, being more effective with their raw material usage, and then what to do with the leftover materials to produce additional products or sell to others, so that they're offsetting their costs. So that's, I think, goes to the part about sustainability. And smart, smart really relates to all the other things that I shared. Was, what do you have to do to come across as a professional firm that can grow? And what knowledge do you need to gain that you might not already have, either through hiring the knowledge or self-learning? And this is part of an organic growth process, which happens in every country and happens with every scale of business, is, trying to be more efficient internally and trying to be smart. So it's not something new for just Indonesia. It's something that we see all around the world, but very important, how to be smart and how to be sustainable. I agree completely.
Maybe if I might, just one comment. You mentioned, Budia mentioned clusters, and you've mentioned it as well in aggregation. Maybe you will be talking more about that. But I know with NSLIC, with RIF, with our Responsive Innovation Fund, in particular with, say, spices and coffee, we are working now with Elevania, who's an aggregator based in Jakarta. And, for example, there is one container of nutmeg a month now going to Germany. And that, of course, is not just from our partner SMEs. It's also coming from Elevania, but it does take up the production of our SME partners. And now they're able to sell that on a regular basis to a foreign export market. So it's been a huge help to them in terms of identifying their product, making sure it's export ready, and moving it out of the country. So, and that's
Yes.
because of aggregation.
Very good point. I mean, what, we in the TPSA project in the coffee sector, we worked with a couple of different forms of aggregation. One of them was with a local women-owned cooperative, and they initially did not have licenses to do direct exporting. They were relying on another party, an affiliated group, to do their actual exporting, but they were also looking at how they could directly bring that capacity in-house into their cooperative to be even more cost effective, because even the aggregators take a slice of the and increase the costs a little bit. But and it can be challenging to get the export permits. There's still a lot of regulation that needs to be satisfied and rules and whatnot. So aggregators can play an important role. And in the case of export of coffee to Canada, there was another thing that was done, which was warehousing quality product in Canada so that buyers in Canada had quality assured products. So there was a buyer in Canada that decided to set up a warehousing and doing the quality assurance so that they could easily supply to the target market. And this was for Gayo coffee out of North Sumatra and Aceh. So that's another element, is actually finding an aggregator in the target market who will store the materials and make them available to the buyers with the assurance of quality. Because what happens, sometimes SMEs ship out samples and the samples are great, but then the long-term deliveries are less great. And that's where this aggregator in Canada came in, because they were able to make sure that everything they received was rechecked from a quality perspective, and that gave more confidence to the buyers.
Thank you. No, perfect. Thank you, Greg. If there are any more questions, otherwise there's chat. I'm not sure if there's a question on chat.
Yes, Pak Peter and Pak Greg, there is Ibu Imelda Lilianti from Kopinang on chat Zoom. She said, what should SMEs and stakeholders do building smart business in digital era? Because it is,
we did catch that one. I think the second part, Budini, we did.
the hardest thing is the organic certificate, Pak, which she cannot afford it at this moment.
Thank you.
Mr. Peter, good morning. Good morning.
Bu Imelda, hi.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Peter and Mr. Greg. Thank you for the answer, because I still have kind of training with the Cooperative Ministry in Yogyakarta. I'm glad that many people concerned about SMEs right now, but unfortunately, sometimes the system is not correct. It's not appropriate for us. So actually, what we need, especially me, is not only how to sell our product in the global or domestic market, but how to make our business sustain in this digital era. And then, yes, correct, most of my friends don't know how to negotiate, don't know how to presentate our business to buyers because of language lack.
Yes.
And then we also don't know what kind of product that will be suitable in other countries according to the regulation, because each country has their own regulations. And we also lack of that knowledge. And that's why sometimes, sorry to say, I have to work alone with some others SMEs that want to collaborate with me. I work with my coffee farmers, and I have my own plantation also, because working together with them. And the most hardest thing is, especially to Canada or other Europe countries, we have to provide the FTA certificate, the fair trade, And then sometimes we also ask about rainforest certificates and also organic certificates, which we cannot afford it
Yes, yes,
because most buyers buy the coffee from the multinational company in Indonesia, not from us.
yes,
And some of the multinational companies buy our coffee with a lower price, which is not it's not appropriate actually. It's not a good price for us. But sometimes we let it happen just because we want our coffee to absorb. So I think it's not only the SME has to change, but also other stakeholders have to be hand in hand to solve all the problems in the ground.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Peter, and thank you for answering actually.
Thank you, Ibu Imelda. And you know, I totally agree with your points. That's something I've observed, is that there are middle firms, middle persons who basically add costs as aggregators, and that can sometimes suppress the growth of the firms directly by perpetuating that kind of hierarchy. You know, the solutions to that, they're not quick, but there are some. And of course, we have the traditional cooperatives model, which cooperatives themselves can uplift themselves to be able to be the aggregators and have the ability to directly access. But in some cases, the cooperatives, they don't have the right in-house expertise within their membership. So sometimes there's a need to inject expertise from outside of the cooperative. And I know a few years ago, Ministry of Cooperatives, I don't know if they're still thinking about this, but one of the ideas was to inject into clusters and to inject into cooperatives people who have the skill set for marketing, for finance, for product development, for initially a 2-year period, so that they can then sort of demonstrate the effectiveness of bringing in that capacity, with a view to having that increase in capacity self-funded in the future. So it's a bit like, you know, incubating the improvement to the cluster, or the improvement to the cooperative. And one of the ideas was to use graduates of universities and colleges who are originally from the area, and having them come back to the area and support the development of clusters in their area for a period of 1 to 2 years, funded by the government as an initial contribution. And it's a good idea, except the budget funds were limited. And I think at the time, Minister of Cooperatives was considering they could only fund it for 6 months. And that's not enough to demonstrate the business cycle benefits. So the government would have to consider, you know, could they incubate clusters and cooperatives with that sort of expertise for 2 years to get it going to a point where then the clusters or cooperatives take it over and can run with it in the future, because they've seen the benefit of doing so. So that's something to consider. But also, you know, one of the ways of dealing with the certification can be on a cluster-based approach, where individual SMEs are contributing a smaller percentage towards getting that certification, or similarly for cooperatives to do the same thing. But that is a barrier that has to be overcome, and maybe the government can provide some sort of grants or repayable contribution for the certification process, to make sure that the SMEs are able to compete on a more level playing field with larger firms who can easily afford those costs.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. I think we'll give Greg a chance to continue with his presentation. You have about 1 hour, Greg, including questions at the end, if you like.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much. And thank you.
So the second half of my presentation is looking at some models which have been used around the world and in the region to basically improve the competitiveness of the national economies through a structured dialogue process between the public and private sectors. And the idea here is that, if you improve the competitiveness of the overall economy, that will, in many respects, help improve the competitiveness of the SMEs. But the SMEs, their specific concerns also need to be heard. So it's important in these partnership models to make sure the voices of the SMEs are heard and addressed as much as possible. So I'll need to explain what this is all about. So let me continue. So there's been a lot of work done on trying to pull together knowledge and experiences from a number of international development partners and projects they've undertaken. DFID, World Bank, IFC, OECD have all contributed to a website full of resources, www.public-private-dialogue.org. And on that website, there's a handbook, which I have the title page of here. And these are tools. And, part of what Dr. Andrea Ferranini said yesterday was, yes, he said this can be a tool, an approach used to help accelerate or facilitate local economic development by providing a means to communicate effectively in two directions, public to private, private to public, and raise awareness. So, many countries in the region and around the world, they've benefited by implementing competitiveness partnership models. And I encourage you to have a look at the website, because there also are a large number of case studies that have been collected there, and a lot of useful material to see how countries have benefited from using this tool, applying this tool. So you're probably asking, well, what is this? And basically, a competitiveness partnership, sometimes referred to as public-private dialogue, they are structured dialogue mechanisms, and they are typically anchored at the highest practical level of government, so that it commands the attention of the head of state and the ministers and the cabinet, as well as the senior business players. They need to be coordinated by a light secretariat, which is a neutral party that can help bring together the public and private sectors for discussion on a level playing field basis. And these sorts of partnerships are aimed at facilitating, accelerating the reform process. And to do this, they bring together a balanced range. And by balanced, I mean including SMEs and other stakeholders, of public and private sector stakeholders, to identify the issues, to filter them, prioritize them, and then to accelerate implementation of reforms and measuring whether they're effective or not, for improving the competitiveness of the environment, on a national basis, on a subnational basis, or on an industry specific basis. So that's basically what they are. And I'll go into some examples of what this translates to in reality. Now, I think it's important at this point to say, okay, what are the factors that affect competitiveness? And, this is a subset of the entire spectrum of factors. But, we know that the regulatory and tax environment is one of the factors. Infrastructure, the availability of it, the effectiveness of it, or the lack of it, affects competitiveness. Access to finance is also an important factor. Skilled and trained labor with the right skill set is an important factor. And access to new technologies and research and development is also important. And then we have a whole range of external factors which are often out of the control of the government. So they're not detailed here. And all of these factors combined result in a measure of what the competitiveness of a country is versus another country or all other countries. And often it can be looked at in terms of what is the quality of the products that are being produced or the services? What is their pricing? Is it cost effective? Is it supporting, especially in terms of the cost of services? You know, are they helping the industry, or are they negatively impacting the industry by being too expensive? And then the timeliness, which is the response time or the ability to adapt to the volatility of technology, the changes in the market. So these are all factors which are important, but I think it's generally understood that SMEs are, excuse me, are disproportionately negatively affected by these factors. And that's because smaller firms often do not have the capacity within themselves to overcome these factors in the same way that larger firms can. So SMEs do need a mechanism, a tool, a platform, such as competitiveness partnerships, so that they can share their concerns and their needs, so that issues affecting their competitiveness can be considered in policy making by the government. And of course, to increase competitiveness, you have to engage with stakeholders. You know, if you try and come up with solutions in isolation, in a vacuum, without consultation with the stakeholders, you might get it right, you might get it wrong, but it's generally understood to be more effective if you are able to engage with the stakeholders and use that platform as a way to understand what the real binding constraints are and to test potential solutions before they're issued as regulations to avoid any unexpected consequences. But the question often is how to effectively engage with the stakeholders. What are some structural approaches that can be used, especially ones that have been demonstrated to be effective in other countries? So I'll drill down into some case studies and some examples in the slides that follow. In terms of where competitiveness partnerships can be applied, they can be applied at different levels of the economy. They can be applied economy-wide at the national level, and that may be a bit more effective in the case of Indonesia, where Indonesia is still a unitary state, and the rules and regulations are generally consistent across the whole country. Or that's one thing the government wants to aim for, is consistency of policy across the country. But they can also be applied subnationally, and this could be done on an island basis or on a cluster basis. And it really depends on what the needs are and what the interests are of the stakeholders to work on solutions that affect them, because there could be some issues that don't affect the entire economy, but they do affect certain provinces or certain groupings of provinces or certain industries that cross provincial boundaries or cross district boundaries. So that is an option. And another way to do it is bottom up, where it's looking at a specific sector or a specific industry and then reaching out to the stakeholders that connect to that industry. So there are many different ways that this sort of a tool can be applied, as indicated in this diagram. So what does the structure look like? And this is a generic partnership model where at the top level, there's a national forum, which could take place once a year or maybe twice a year, where the heads of the public and private sectors, very often the head of state and maybe the head of the leading business institution, such as CADIN, would get together and they would report to the public and all the stakeholders what the progress has been on the discussions that have taken place in various working groups, and also to update on what issues are still under discussion that will be addressed in the future. So at the national forum level, it can also be a decision-making mechanism where things that cannot be resolved at the working group level can then be addressed by the head of state and the cabinet at the national level. And as I mentioned before, there's often a need for a coordinating secretariat that can help to organize the public-private consultations of the various working groups from a consistent and neutral perspective, and provide reporting, consolidation of reports up to the national forum level. So that's a very important role, is the coordinating secretariat needs to be trusted by both government and private sector, and it needs to be neutral in nature in this process of bringing together the public and the private sector. Now, the underneath the coordinating secretariat, we have what are called joint government private sector working groups, and these can be on different topics as have been discussed and agreed between the public and private sectors as areas that need focus, need attention. So typically the government already has its own structure. So most of the guidance on public-private dialogue does not attempt to tell governments how to structure themselves, but sometimes there's a need for a bit of guidance in terms of how the private sector might organize itself. So this is not so much a hierarchical model, but it's really a case of there will be a government working group in one hand, which will be deciding what it wants to present to the private sector group. And then there will be a private sector working group that will either make proposals to the government working group or will respond to proposals from the government working group. So it's meant to be a level playing field for discussion between the public sector and the private sector. And I'll explain later in the presentation why this level playing field for discussion, not for decision making, but for discussion, is very important. And I know there have been some attempts at doing something like this in Indonesia in the past. I was personally involved in Timnas PEPI when it was created, but there were some, it was not implemented in accordance with some good practices. One of the problems that arose was every time there was a meeting, there was a different person at the table representing the government, and the private sector basically had to start over and re-explain everything each time. And after this happened 3 or 4 times, the private sector lost interest. And part of building trust is making sure you have consistent people on each side of the table who are building that understanding between each other. So sometimes these models can not work if they're not implemented in the right way. So setting them up right at the start with the right rules is very important. And also at the national forum level, it's important that there be transparency. So you would involve a broad range of stakeholders, including potentially members of the parliament, members of the media, NGOs, academicians, think tank representatives, as well as the public and private sector representatives, so that there's a sense of inclusion and transparency, and that can help to prevent the public-private dialogue model or the competitiveness partnership model from being co-opted by special interest groups. So many countries around the world, including in this region, have implemented competitiveness partnerships or public-private dialogue mechanisms. Vietnam, Cambodia, South Africa, Mexico, Bosnia, Ghana, Nigeria, Malaysia. Indonesia has in Aceh, and I'll give you an example of that. Turkey, that Indonesia may see as a country that maybe has some similar characteristics. Thailand, it's been used in, and there are more than in this list. Philippines also has done some work in this area, and they have a variety of different names. They're not always called competitiveness partnerships or public-private dialogue. They name them according to what resonates with the the domestic economy. So you can see that there's a lot of different names here, like Better Business Initiative, Private Sector Forum, National Competitiveness Committee. You can pick a name. It's branding. This is branding at this point. So a lot of different ways of conveying what this is, but the goal is to improve the competitiveness, generally speaking, through dialogue, structured dialogue. And just as a sort of a brief example, many countries that have implemented this have been able to document significant improvements in the sectors that they focused on within a few years. And it does take a little bit of time, but if you look at it over, a multi-decade approach, these are some significant improvements that these countries have benefited from, focusing the collaboration and strengthening the collaboration between the public and private sectors through these dialogue mechanism tools. And one case study in Malaysia was looking at how they, could develop some new master plans, and they developed 2 new strategies as a result of their public-private dialogue. One of which was what they call a manufacturing plus strategy, which is to move Malaysian industries along the value chain from assembly-based, low value added towards higher value added, similar to what Indonesia has as a policy, and also to shift the whole value chain to a higher level by utilizing technology and increasing total factor productivity, with emphasis on knowledge and capital intensive manufacturing. And that also, that resulted in increase in exports and also an increase in cumulative net FDI. They also focused on cluster-based industrial development by looking to integrate key industries, suppliers, supporting industries. And, some of the reforms in the omnibus bill that are designed to make it more permissible for outsourcing. Many of the clusters around the world, they live on outsourcing. They're dynamic because they have firms that can outsource components manufacturing. This is particularly important in electronics, where one firm might make keyboards, another firm might make cases, another firm might make cameras, and then there's an integrator that can source from all of those. So rather than discouraging outsources, many of the more dynamic and effective countries have encouraged outsourcing as a mechanism to boost productivity, boost competitiveness. And in Malaysia, when they implemented it, it was called PEMUDA, the Pasukan Petugas Khas Pemuda Cara Pengembangan, or the Special Task Force to Facilitate Business. And at the forum events, they brought in 1,000 key stakeholders from not only domestic firms, but also multinational corporations, SMEs, governments, and industries. And this gave it a lot of transparency, and it created a platform for communication as well. And that's a very important part, is communicating that there is some momentum, there is some change happening, and that it's being worked on, and that there's and also to promote when there's agreement between the public and private sectors on certain things. Often that's not promoted enough. So this is a way to achieve that, and also to socialize reforms. So it's, again, another example of an effective public-private dialogue mechanism. And in their case, Malaysia's case, their first step was discussing to set the objectives. What could they envision could be some targets that they would work towards to align the actions with the objectives. So they went through looking at gross national income, what sort of transformational actions could be taken, what were the targets for new investment, and what do they want to do in terms of job creation. So all the sorts of sort of typical things that one might want to set as objectives. And then the initiation phase was actually fairly quick. It just took 5 months, and then had an ongoing process of monthly and annual communications of progress and continued work. But it really just took about 5 months to get things set up and to do the initial consultations with the private sector stakeholders to identify what and prioritize what needed to be worked on. And I won't read through all of these, but you can look at this for reference. So they reported in terms of some of the quick wins. They looked at efficiency improvements, such as going down to 1 day to register a property from the 41 days previously, establishing a new commercial court to dispose of cases more quickly, reduce time taken of approval of halal certification from 60 days to 30 days. You know, and some of these sorts of things Indonesia has done, but there are some elements that in terms of communication and dialogue that were not included in a formalized structure, which might have accelerated the results perhaps even faster. And then on policy, they also were able to agree on a number of reforms which were also considered to be quick wins that helped them to promote Malaysia as a destination for both domestic investment and FDI by removing some of the bottlenecks or roadblocks. Turkey similarly set up a coordination council for the improvement of the investment environment. And they also set up a secretariat and steering committee. And they created a number of working groups on investment, on foreign trade and customs, on business licensing, tax and incentives, company establishment, employment, intellectual property, FDI rules, R&D, corporate governance, investment promotion, and SMEs. And they actually created a working group specifically on SMEs. So this could be something that could be done. You know, SMEs can be both cross-cutting across industries, but you could also have a working group that's focused just on SMEs as a way to understand better, you know, what their specific needs are and what options there could be for building the capacity of SMEs more rapidly. And from Turkey's perspective, you know, they have some major wins from this process. They removed the pre-screening requirements for foreign investment. They removed the minimum capital requirement because from their perspective, any investment is good investment. Don't filter it out. Let market forces decide who will be successful. Don't try to be the decider of who should or shouldn't invest. And don't create a minimum capital requirement because it doesn't necessarily fit all investments. The country can still benefit from no minimum capital requirement. And they also set national treatment between foreign and domestic investors once they've invested, which I know was one of the objectives of the 2007 investment law, because I was involved in supporting Minister Mari Pangestu at that time. But unfortunately, there still is a lot of differentiation between the treatment of foreign investors and national investors here, even though they're both creating legal entities that are Indonesian legal entities. But Turkey aimed to get rid of that and provide national treatment to foreign investors to build the economy and build a sense of direct participation by foreign investors. They were also able to simplify business startup, reducing the number of procedures and the number of days. And again, this is work I know that Indonesia has done, but they were able to use the partnership model as a way to promote the results and promote the success. The other thing which they did was, which is quite good practice, is create a specialized, appropriately staffed agency which is focusing just on investment promotion and is not burdened with regulatory requirements of investment, but can focus on being the friend of the investor through the entire process, with people who have sales and marketing and communication skills, and have career paths within the organization. And this is the trend towards more effective promotion agencies, is to have something independent like this, which is just purely promotion. I know some previous ministers of trade and BKPM had tried to float this idea, but there's a lot of bureaucratic resistance to restructuring of this in Indonesia, and so far it has not been implemented in this kind of a model. But Turkey found it to be very effective for them, and it's something that could be relooked at by future governments as to, you know, what kind of resources are needed and how should they be structured for investment promotion. And one could say the same about trade promotion or tourism promotion. You know, do these need to be professionalized in a different way than they are currently being structured in order to be more effective? And Vietnam, you know, I often hear from Indonesian SMEs that they consider Vietnam to be a major competitor to them, partly because of tariffs, preferential tariff treatment that has been negotiated by Vietnam in certain regional agreements. But Vietnam also benefited from applying the structuring of the Vietnam Business Forum, where they focused on various working groups, including manufacturing and distribution, banking, capital markets, infrastructure, education, mining, and tourism. And in each of the working group discussions, joint working group discussions, they involved the relevant business associations so that they could exchange ideas, understand, you know, what the issues were directly from those who are affected, test solutions to see if they are valid and supportive, and then turn that into policy. So it was, you know, very effective in Vietnam, and basically it helped to create a unified legal framework for domestic and foreign business investments. And in fact, I think in Vietnam, the minimum capital requirement is only $10,000 because they want investment. They don't really care if it's small. They just figure, okay, any investment is good. Any investment will result in access to markets. It'll result in job creation. And, you know, it's a bit like Malaysia. I remember at one time, Prime Minister Mahathir many years ago said, please come and invest in Malaysia. And if you're successful, we'll both be happy. If you're not successful, I don't want to hear about it. And part of that mentality is, you know, come and invest, give it a go. You know, we'll be happy to receive your funds, and we'll get benefit from it in one way or another. And if you're successful, great, we'll all win from that. And if you're not, well, it's not our problem, it's your problem. But thank you for trying. So it's a little bit different kind of an approach, I think, that Indonesia is taking, where it's trying to high grade investment and maybe filter investment and maybe put some additional conditionality on investment. So that's a bit of a side comment from the Malaysian experience. But in Vietnam, they had some specific issues, like there were different pricing lists for between foreign and domestic enterprises. They got rid of that. They streamlined the investment licensing and approval process. They improved protections on patents and industrial design. And they also gave input to help formulate some vital business law reforms, including the investment and enterprise laws, the security laws, and the labor code. And from a trade perspective, the Vietnam Business Forum was able to support Vietnam's WTO accession and implementation, which has given them some preferential tariff treatment. And over 5 years, they were able to estimate that there was a savings to the private sector of $240 million that they could identify. The number was probably larger than that, but they were able to do some monitoring and evaluation to quantify the results and then indicate to the broader community the benefits that had arisen from the dialogue process. And in Indonesia, there was an example of a provincial business forum, and this was initiated as part of the post-tsunami reconstruction, supported at the time by the governor of Aceh and BRR, which you may have heard about, the agency for the reconstruction that was established. And basically, you know, it was not long-lived, but it served a purpose. And one of the reasons it wasn't long-lived was the BRR funding stopped, and that there were no other sources of funds to continue it. But what it did do is it identified issues in the business enabling environment under the special autonomy of Aceh that the governor needed to raise with the national government. So because a lot of the things that were considered as some constraints were ones that were not under the direct control of the provincial government. And some of that related to things like land titling, in order, because it was very difficult to identify land that could be offered to domestic investors or foreign investors with clear title. And there were some other issues identified, but basically there was a very, you know, healthy discussion and a lot of interest between, you know, the government and the private sector to get together and talk about, you know, what needed to be done and identify what some of the issues were. So it has been test bedded in a small scale in Indonesia, and there's a lot of room for broadening of this to other provinces, to other islands, or to the national level, provided that the right structure is put in place. Now, these sorts of competitiveness partnerships, they don't last forever. They don't have to last forever. They can if they're providing value, but they can have a specific duration as well. And they typically go through phases. So there's an initial phase of trust building, of education, of discovering what works and what doesn't, and setting up the processes. And this often results in some quick wins, some early results. And this can take 1 to 3 years to put into place. And often as part of the trust building, you know, what happens is the first couple of sessions become complaint sessions, and they're not very well structured. But once that has been released by the stakeholders, then they can start to get into actually saying, okay, you know, let's break this down logically. Let's identify what the specific issues are. Let's hear some possible solutions from the private sector. Here's a few ideas we government have. We'd like to test these with you and see what you think. Are there any unintended consequences, or might this work? And then you get into a second phase where now things are working much more effectively, and continuously you get results with higher impact beyond the quick wins, because there's more capacity, things are already operating, you have better production of the results, better outputs. But there can be potentially more conflict, because once you dig into the issues that are more challenging, you may not be able to find solutions. But this can be typically another 1 to 3 years of time. And if most of the issues that can be dealt with have been dealt with, then there could be an exit at this point in the third phase. Or it could be taken on and continued by various organizations, business member organizations. Sometimes the CADINs of the other countries have taken it on and managed and funded the secretariat, or other institutions that might be identified. Or, you know, there can be, you know, it can be basically a falling star. You know, it can end up not showing the results and basically just going quiet. And this is something that ideally you'd like to avoid, is having a period of sort of negative outcomes. So, you know, but that's like, you know, 3 to 6 years down the road from initially setting up this process. But this is important to understand, that they don't have to last forever. They can be special purpose, they can be time limited, and they can be results focused, depending on what the needs of a country are. And one way to look at this is that there's an ecology of firms out there. And ideally, each level of this ecology should benefit from a competitiveness partnership approach, but only if their voices are heard and considered in the policy making. And we, one way to break this down is to say, okay, there are market creators, which are key firms producing and exporting goods and services, and they tend to be the larger firms. And then we have intermediators who are supplying the inputs, the raw materials, the components, specialized services, and they tend to be medium to small L-sized firms. But then the SMEs, they tend to be much smaller, much more numerous, harder to get their voice. And that's why extra effort has to be put in to make sure that the voices of the SMEs are heard and that mechanisms are put in place to identify who can represent the interests and concerns of the SMEs. If they're not part of industry associations, then how do you find them? How do you get them involved to represent? And that can be a bit challenging, but I think it's doable. I think the government through the OSS may have the ability to identify which firms are considered to be SMEs, to be able to identify where the clusters are, to be able to get the clusters to nominate representatives to represent their interests and contribute to the discussion that way. So this can be done, but we just have to make sure that we include all the stakeholders, because otherwise what happens is you end up having the market creators who may have vested interests against having more competition from SMEs. You may have them putting forward recommendations that don't necessarily take into consideration the specific challenges of SMEs. So you want to make sure that the process is not co-opted by the larger firms for their own special interests. So it's a bit of a balancing act, and that's why the Secretariat needs to be neutral enough that and trusted enough that it can convene the right range of stakeholders so that all the voices are heard. So the overall goal, as I mentioned, is increased national competitiveness. And the general steps are, you want to identify the issues, you want to prioritize them. Very often they're prioritized into quick wins, medium-term actions that are challenging but doable, and then longer-term things which are harder but still important to work on. So you might consider those three baskets as an approach for prioritization. And then if you can do some of the quick wins, you start to build momentum and trust based on the quick wins before you get into the more meaty issues that need to be addressed. And then the tool is stakeholder dialogue. The process needs to be structured so that it can be transparent and documented and evidence-based. And then once, excuse me, once solutions have been identified, then there need to be collaborative actions taken to implement them. And not just implement them, but also to monitor whether they're effective or not. And to have continuous improvement. So continuous improvement is an important part of this, because you may not get everything right at the first go, and you need to test and see, okay, did this policy improvement solve the issue or not? Do we have to, rethink this? And the net goal is, of course, increased competitiveness at the end. But this process needs to be adapted to the industrial policy and context of the country and its sector stakeholders. But this is sort of a general model or sequencing of steps, key steps. So what are, to sort of recap in terms of what are the benefits of competitiveness partnerships? They build trust and understanding between the public and private sectors. And while there is some level of trust existing, I think we all know that there's room for improvement. so that this can be a tool to help build that trust and build that understanding, and avoid the kind of sessions that we sometimes see, like all of a sudden there's a meeting and then the meeting is filled with a bunch of complaints, but no ideas and no solutions. And then everybody goes home and nothing changes. You know, this is putting in a process so that operational, functional trust can be built in terms of jointly developing solutions or testing solutions. And then discussion. So when I refer to creating a level playing field for discussion, this is a way of basically saying each side can make proposals to the other or seek input on policies. The government can float ideas to the private sector to see if the proposed solution may work, if it would be accepted, or to explain what the proposed solution is. Now, the important point here is the government still has the final say. So having a level playing field for discussion does not mean that the private sector is making the decisions. They're not. But it's a way of helping, sorry, let me go back. It's a way of helping to make sure that there is understanding, there is feedback, there is you know, and even if the private sector doesn't like some of the positions the government proposes to take and decides to take anyway, it can be a way to communicate why the government must do that, to build an understanding of why it's necessary for reform A or reform B, and to socialize that to the stakeholders and seek their support, at least to give it a try. So in that sense, it's part of a communications tool. I remember, you know, there was a meeting I had with a couple of ministers and deputy ministers where they said, you know, in the Sardo period, it was pretty easy. You know, we spent 90% of our time like drafting a regulation and 10% socializing it because we just told people what it was going to be and it just happened. But post Suharto, the effort ratio changed and the effort increased a lot, and it was only 10% drafting, but 90% of the effort had to go into socializing and explaining without any guaranteed result, because sometimes they couldn't get agreement or there was significant pushback through lack of understanding. So, you know, that's one of the things that a challenge that's occurs when you have a more democratic type of environment is you have more voices and you have to put more effort into communicating and socializing. So that's where the discussion at entry becomes very important, is to try and ensure that reforms can go through and that they're the right kind of reforms. And then in terms of continuous improvement, this sort of a dialogue can provide a mechanism for the monitoring and evaluation of the effectiveness of the policies and enabling continuous improvement and competitiveness of the nation. And one of the things that's often cited about Japan's trajectory over many decades was that they focused on small incremental continuous improvements. And that was a success factor for them. And in fact, it was an American who apparently went over to Japan after World War II to sort of introduce this idea of continuous improvements, and it kind of stuck, and it's not even remembered who injected the idea, but Japan certainly benefited from taking that approach. So I think that's something that Indonesia is getting better at, of continuous improvement, but sometimes there's a need to get feedback much more quickly than it's currently being obtained in order to do any quick course corrections if needed, and not waiting until it becomes a big issue. Something becomes a big issue before corrective action is taken. So this kind of a tool can be a platform for much more rapid feedback and much more rapid evaluation of the policy improvements as to whether they're working or not. And I think one of the most important parts is that it's a tool to communicate progress to all stakeholders. It provides a way for the government and the private sector to jointly communicate that they've agreed on many things. And share that to all interested stakeholders. And in some cases, it may be possible to involve also the unions as either observers or contributors, because they also need to understand why certain things are being proposed and what the impact is on job creation if certain things are done or not done. And that it can also include non-governmental organizations, the media, and the public for transparency. And again, the goal is not to be co-opted by special interest groups, to be able to have everyone feel like they've been heard, to communicate where progress is happening, to also identify areas where further work needs to be done. And this can be a continuous process, and it can become a platform for the government to show that it is doing things that are benefiting not only the private sector, but also the employees, the workers, that often don't necessarily have the full perspective or the full understanding of what's being done. So it's a communications tool. So I think these are sort of 4 of the key benefits of competitiveness partnerships. And as long as the right approach is taken with a trusted, neutral secretariat that can help to pull the parties together and make sure it runs smoothly, I think the process of improving competitiveness can be accelerated in Indonesia. So I hope the government considers this sort of a tool, this sort of an approach, and maybe tests it in some ways, maybe with some specific sectors or with some specific regional areas, and becomes familiar with how this can work as a tool, as a methodology. So to recap my presentation, I think some of the key messages that I'd like to boil down are that not all SMEs want to grow, and not all SMEs have the capacity to grow. So you have to moderate your goals and your expectations based on that reality, because there could be some social cultural constraints to growth, some preferences, and some knowledge and skill, fundamental knowledge and skill gaps that need much more time to address, back to elementary and senior high school and college and university level of training, plus online continuous learning. There may need to be much more emphasis put on some of those aspects earlier on in the growth of the individuals who end up running SMEs, so that they can be more able to adopt a higher level of skill. And as I've hopefully shown, there are multiple areas of improvement that are needed for most SMEs that want to grow their business. And it's not just for export purposes, but also for the growth of their businesses within the domestic market. The same skill sets that are absolutely necessary for being export ready become helpful and beneficial for domestic market growth. And as I mentioned, we have the technology now for online self-learning and online facilitated trainings, because we have Zoom and we have other tools and YouTube and other platforms. So maybe there's a need to somehow find a way to communicate to the SMEs where the resources are, and so they can be consumed on tablets, on cell phones, on laptops, in whatever form, at their convenience. But to be aware of it and where to go and where to get it, it's hard to find sometimes because there's just so many sources of information. So there needs to be a little bit of curation and prioritization of what resources SMEs can turn to. And then in terms of tools that have demonstrated benefits in other countries that the government of Indonesia could consider is finding ways to support SMEs, finding ways to support SME business networks, to help clusters of SMEs to competitively access markets, obtain trainings, sourcing production inputs. So this, as I mentioned, Italy has been known for this. There are other countries that also have done work to support SME business networks. And while some work is being done in this, I think there's room for expanding this and looking at ways of injecting expertise into clusters on an incubation basis, as I described in the earlier slides. And then the other tool of the competitiveness partnerships, the public-private dialogue approaches, which have been demonstrated to be effective tools for accelerating and improving international, national competitiveness, including for SMEs, particularly where SMEs are involved in the process. So I think these are sort of the 5 key messages that I'd like you to take away from this presentation. And I hope my inputs resonate with you and your own observations in some way, or create some new ideas for you to consider. I think there are global megatrends out there which are something which we have to plan for in the future and starting now. But there's also the reality of the near term. What is the current situation right now? What needs to be done in the next 4 to 5 years to get the SMEs ready, more ready to be able to deal with the global megatrends? Because what I sense right now is that they're not ready. The majority of the SMEs are not ready to be able to respond to the global megatrends and the volatility which is being created. And to some degree, Indonesia benefits from being not too tightly integrated into the global economy. But even so, these trends will affect Indonesia. So the SMEs need to be ready to compete domestically, collaborate for export markets, and then maybe at some point, once they grow enough, to also compete for export markets as part of a progression of their development. But it's a big challenge to deal with 30 million of them, and you won't be able to deal with all of them. So there will be some leaders, some that become role models for the others, and that again needs communication to promote and say, okay, here's what this SME did, and here's how it worked for them. So the question becomes, who's responsible for that? You can use the competitiveness partnerships mechanism to promote those success stories. And there are other ways that those success stories can be communicated. But that's something that I think is could benefit from some additional effort in terms of how to send the right signals to the SMEs about what they need to do and why it helps them and how it helps them. And that's a communication strategy challenge more than anything else, because I think there are many examples out there. They're just not getting disseminated as broadly as they could, perhaps through television, radio, online media, a variety of different channels, social media that could be used. So a little bit of food for thought for all of you today. And I would be really interested if in hearing your reaction, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Greg, thank you. A huge wealth of knowledge and expertise, and very much appreciated. We have about 5 to 10 minutes for questions if people have any questions in Bahasa Indonesia or in English. We're more or less on time, so we're doing well. And I think we peaked at around 70 people, which is terrific and very welcome.
Great.
So please, if there are any questions, we have a few minutes. Just raise your hand or put the question on chat. I think our first question is Bu Amelda.
Yeah, actually, it's not a question, Mr. Peter. Thank you for the time. And thank you, Mr. Greg, for the explanation. It's very useful for us as SME. Yes, I do agree that not all SMEs in Indonesia want to grow. Some of my friends also just want to get assistance, something like that. But this is our homework. Fortunately, we have in here also as a participant Bappenas and Ekonomi. We do hope for the next year, which is most of the people said it's gonna be a dark year for all countries in the world. Let's change our habit in assisting SME and do something out of the box. So we, especially the SMEs who wants to grow, will be growth. Will be growth in the next year, and it's not only export, it's not only domestic market, but also we can sustain if any obstacles we will face. And we do hope that all the participants in here will work hand in hand, because Indonesia has a great resources, not only the natural resources, but also human resources. And as you said before in your explanation, Mr. Greg, I do hate actually with the Vietnam, which already beat us, in, especially for the Robusta coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the countries said we already get our Robusta from Vietnam because they have cheaper price, they have a competitive price, and their Robusta they can supply in a big amount, in a big quantity. Actually, Indonesia has a big quantity also in Robusta, and I don't know why Vietnam still can beat us. And I want us that stop blaming Vietnam or stop blaming Brazil about coffee products, because they know how to be how to compete the coffee trading in the global market.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we need actually, how to compete the global market.
Imelda, excuse me, can I remind participants to mute their microphones? I think we have one or two people who have not muted their microphones. Jarot Nugroho and perhaps one other. We are getting background noise, so it's hard to hear you. Thank you. Sorry. I'll let Greg and move ahead to the answer there. Sorry.
Yeah, I learned many things actually from ANSLIC when Mr. Lim asked me to join with the ANSLIC program. I don't even get assistance actually from my how is it, Dinas in Indonesia, and we used I used to work alone. I used to work alone finding my own market for the coffee, and then I used to work alone how to nursery our coffee plantation without any help from our government.
It's a challenge, isn't it? It is hard to do it on your own, and you're probably at a scale where you can afford to do some of that. But if you end up being just a very small business, then it becomes much more difficult, and that's where some sort of group approach can be helpful. I know in Vietnam's case, when I was doing the work on coffee exports, we focused on Gayo because Gayo had a geographic indication. It was unique, and it commanded a higher price in the markets in Canada. So it was easier to be successful. But what I remember reading when I was doing the research was that in Vietnam, they actually brought in technical expertise on a cost shared basis to improve the coffee plantations and shift into more of a vertical type of development of the coffee plants, which increased the productivity by anywhere from 100 to 300% per hectare. So again, it was a bit of a group work to bring in the expertise and some very simple technologies to support the verticalization of the plants so that they could be more productive on a per hectare basis. So again, it's using some of these tools of collaboration to improve productivity, which helps improve the price point also.
I think there was just one more question, but did you have a last comment?
Mr. Peter, thank you. Actually, I agree. That's why It's not only Gayo, actually, in Indonesia. That's why let's collaborate together. Because actually, by the history, Java is the one, the first area to touch. The colonial already planted coffee.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah, let's work together, all not only SMEs but also our government. Let's do the out of the box.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Peter.
Thank
You,
you.
Mr. Greg.
Thank you,
thank
Padre.
you. Thank you, Imelda.
Was there one last question? I did see one hand up before. We okay? Ada pertanyaan lagi? All right, we're pretty well on time. I'd like then to take this opportunity, Greg, to thank you again for the wealth of knowledge that you've communicated and making yourself available later if people have questions. And yeah, thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you for the opportunity. And I understand my presentation will also be shared later in Bahasa Indonesia with all the links in it to the publication. So thank
It is
you.
our intention to
Peter, for
translate
doing that.
4 presentations and to make them available to send them out to everyone who has signed in with us. So we'll be doing that. So
Great.
thanks.
Terima kasih banyak semua.
And again, we'll have a break now for about 10 minutes till 10:45, quarter to 11. And please, just a reminder, if you're not asking a question, to make sure you mute your microphone. So we will start sharp at 10:45. One last presentation, which will be on levels of intervention, roles of government in advancing LED. And I'll also speak a little bit about the Responsive Innovation Fund and the experience of NSLIC in dealing with innovation in SMEs, and a little bit on tourism, because that's one of the issues in the RPJMN. And I know Papanas was interested in some case studies. So a bit of a champur, a bit of a mix, and that'll be 11:45. So please come back right on time and we'll start. Thank you. So have a short break. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank
Greg.
you, Pak Greg. Thank you, Pak Peter.
Terima kasih.
Any messages? Okay, good. Thank you. All right, see you in 10 minutes. We will start in about 2 minutes. Thank you, Houdini. Welcome again, everyone. We will be starting in about 1 minute. And I apologize, my computer does not support virtual background and does not support screen sharing. So Houdini will be doing the screen sharing and I will be having to say next. So I hope that is okay with everybody. And it's about it is now 11:15. We plan on going till about 12:15. So depending on discussion and presentation. So thank you all for participating. Terima kasih atas kehadiran hari ini. And yes, I think we're about ready to go. Houdini, if you can put up my screen and we'll start. Thank you very much, Houdini. So my topic, building a competitive and sustainable Indonesia economy, online training session on local economic development. And again, talking about different levels of intervention, different ways government has acted to advance local economic development, with particular emphasis on Canadian experience. And again, can I remind people, make sure your microphones are on? We just have a few people with microphones on.
Wait, Pak, wait.
Wait, I'll wait, thank you.
Sorry. Let me check. Okay. Yes, Pak.
Okay, thank you. So
Yes.
next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, Canadian experience in advancing LED. And next. Okay, now I'm going to say a few words in Bahasa. Bahasa saya belum lancar. Tapi pertama kali saya datang ke Indonesia, langsung ke Irian Jaya, ke Irian Jaya. Dan banyak pertanyaan tentang Kanada, dan biasanya, oh Kanada, sekali dingin sekali. So I thought I would deal with that from the very beginning and say, yes, we do have winter, and here is an iceberg. The truth is, most Canadians have never seen an iceberg. Next shot, Houdini, and a polar bear. These are polar bears, again, northern Canada. Icebergs typically along the east coast of Canada or the very north. And next one. Northern lights. Now, if you're lucky in Canada, you will see these. This is particularly in the winter, very cool nights, and you get the aurora borealis. So that's one of the features of Canada, but it's not always winter, but I know the perception that Canada is dingin sekali, so I thought I would just speak to that and show you the cold photos at the beginning. So thank you. And next one. So today we're going to talk a little bit of background, the nature of Canadian government, just quickly to give you some sense of how it differs from Indonesia. An overview of Canadian levels of intervention, what are the different efforts over the years Canada has made to address regional disparity, local economic development, and a bit of a framework or lens, what kind of approaches is being looked at. And again, levels of intervention, federal equalization payments, regional development agencies, and one example, which is Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency. It's a special agency dealing with Eastern Canada. A case study of Louisbourg in Nova Scotia in Eastern Canada. A slight examination of federal provincial agreements. And then what we call tri-level agreements between the federal government. When we say federal, we mean the government of Canada. Provincial governments, we have 10 provinces, and municipal, a city, a kabupaten or a kota, city or a town. And then we'll look at community or small business focused interventions. And then just to try and bring that into focus, what did we do with NSLIC? What did we do with our Responsive Innovation Fund? And how does that tie in or match into some of the emerging trends we see, say, in Canada in terms of LED? And then very briefly, some tourism case studies, just because they're a focus of the RPJMN. So thank you. A map. So here's Canada in the world. We have, I think, one of the longest land borders in the world between Canada and the United States. And you can see the US is in green, Alaska to the top left, and continental US below. Canada is in kind of a pink peach color. And there's a map showing the breakdown of Canada politically. In the top, we have Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. These are territories, so these do not have full status. They still have a lot of involvement from the national government. The populations are very small. Yukon, these are very large areas. Yukon is maybe 30,000 people. Northwest Territories, 50,000. And Nunavut, which means the homeland in the language of the Innu of Northern Canadians, is also 50,000. So you have about 130,000 people living in those 3 northern territories out of 38 million. In the bottom, you see the 10 provinces. On the right, what we call the Atlantic provinces, Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. Then Quebec, which is the French-speaking province. Its official language is French. We have Ontario, which is central Canada. And then the west is Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia. So it's a large country. Maybe next slide, Budini, and quite diverse. Just some comparison between Canada and Indonesia. Population, Indonesia 276 million, Canada 38 million. The size of Indonesia, 1.9 million square kilometers, Canada 9.9 million square kilometers. Canada is the second largest country in the world. Only Russia is bigger, quite a bit bigger, but Canada is bigger than China, bigger than Brazil, bigger than the United States, so it is number 2. Small population, but very large country. Gross domestic product, 1.18 trillion US dollars for Indonesia, 1.99 trillion for Canada. And because of population differences, when you look at the gross domestic product per capita, Indonesia is 4,300 US dollars per capita. Canada is 52,000 US dollars per capita. So quite a difference in terms of per capita income. And this is World Bank data. And just population comparisons, Greater Jakarta, Jabodetabek, Jakarta, Bogor, Depok, Tangerang, and Bekasi. Badan Pusat statistic estimate about 31 million last year. So here's Canada, 38 million, Jakarta is 31. Sumatra has approximately 50 million people. So gives you a sense of how the population in Canada is dispersed across a very large area. Now, size of country, population and gross domestic product relate to nature and scale of regional disparity and inequality. So inequity, underdevelopment, and poverty are relative terms. So if you look at the poverty level in Canada, we would probably say $20,000 a year for a family as poverty level. In Indonesia, of course, that level would be lower, but in Canada, because of the cost of living and the rest, the level would be higher. So it's relative, but there still is poverty, there still is underdevelopment, and there still is inequity between regions. And there's a challenge to maintain equal opportunity, income, and services throughout large areas. And give you an example from the West Coast, Vancouver to Toronto. If you drive, it's 4,300 kilometers. If you fly, it's 3,300. And then you still have to get to Quebec and the eastern provinces, which is another, say, 2 hours by air. So from where I live in Western Canada to Toronto would be 5 hours by air, probably another 2 hours to Newfoundland. So we have 4 time zones and 7 hours across the country by air. So.
Nggak terlalu akademis kan, jadi ya catatannya gitu.
Okay, next please. Yeah, again, in a very urban country, on the left is Vancouver, on the right is Montreal. 75% almost of the population live in urban centers. And the number of urban centers is growing each year. We have 100,000 threshold for what we consider urban, and the number of cities reaching that level is growing. Very urban. We have high immigration. This year, the target is 500,000 new immigrants. Last year, we reached 400,000. And 9 out of 10 settle in what we call census metropolitan areas. So they settle in the big cities. Typically, 50% of all immigration goes to the city of Toronto, which is about 6.5 million. So it shows you that the population is not evenly distributed. And again, the skill levels, the income levels also vary with that. Next, please. Nature of government. So we are a constitutional monarchy and a parliamentary democracy. Again, founded on the rule of law, respect for rights and freedoms. The government acts in the name of the crown. So technically the British crown is the head of state, but we have a governor general who represents that. We are a federal state. So the lawmaking is shared among the national government, the federal government, 10 provinces and 3 territorial governments. So again, a big country, the provinces have a lot of power in terms of education, social services, natural resource management, even input into immigration as to who comes where in the country. So, and they also have very strong revenue sharing powers or tax raising powers. Next, please. So just a quick overview of what we're going to talk about. Levels of intervention at the federal level, there's something we call equalization payments, which is the national government, the federal government, sending money to the areas of the country that are less developed and less wealthy. We also have special purpose regional development agencies that have come and gone over the years, so we'll talk about that as well. We have federal provincial agreements where the national government will enter into agreement with a particular province for a particular area, whether it's bus manufacturing or rural development or cultural industries. And then from those federal provincial, we have subsidiary by province. We have some examples of where all 3 levels of government, the federal government, the provincial, and the Kota de Kabupaten, the municipal level, come together on agreements to try and target economic development and disparity. And also there is quite a push at the moment on, we would call them community level initiatives, bottom-up initiatives, funded by 3 levels of government. Next, please. Just a bit of a framework here. Very simply, you can talk about local economic development as bottom-up or top-down. And top-down, we would say, is directive or prescriptive, where it's centrally planned. We assume the national government knows best. Hopefully we are building strengths. We are looking across the country, say in Indonesia, and saying, okay, fishery development is sensible here, agriculture here, tourism there. So we think we're looking at what's already working. But the question there might be, are we reaffirming the present, or are we leaving ourselves open to the future? Because we're saying this is what it is now. Is this what it will always be? So to what extent do we want to support what's there? To what extent do we want to provide opportunities to grow and transition economies? And also, if we do designate nationally, as like in the RPJMN, there's kind of an understanding that there should be support. If we say agriculture is important in this island or this province, we probably should be supporting that with the Ministry of Agriculture, with the PEMDA agriculture at the Kabupaten or the provincial level that helps farmers with irrigation, with soil management, with climate adaptation. So there's your directive, your top-down approach. And bottom-up really is your enabling or responsive or participatory approach. And we've looked at that with SMEs. You have a faith in innovation. You have a faith in community resilience and community empowerment, that if you engage the community, people are competent locally. There are local champions, there's formal champions, there's government, Bapada, Sekta, PEMDA, but sometimes they're the leaders in the area, sometimes it's informal people, NGOs, community people who are the leaders and the thought provokers. It's also important when you look at a responsive participatory to make sure you give women a voice in decision-making and economic participation. We had our session yesterday on gender equality, disability and social inclusion, and we see the benefits to the economy of having women participate fully. And I think the other thing to mention is transparency, is corruption. I was lucky enough to be director of a project for 5 years Canada-Indonesia with KPK as our partner. And it's clear when you look at world statistics, countries that are the least corrupt have the highest gross products, have the strongest income levels and economies. And there are some exceptions if you look at some of the oil wealthy countries and the rest, but typically transparent government that people have faith in, and a lack of corruption leads to better outcomes in terms of economic development. So, and it also makes it easier if people trust their government to see their taxes going into something that they consider valuable. So, that's just a general overview on top down versus bottom up. Next, please. So equalization, this is a program in Canada we have had since 1957. So about, 60 years. And it's basically the principle of making payments to ensure that provincial governments across the country can provide reasonably similar levels of public service at similar levels of taxation. So the idea is that you have a minimum level of education, of social services, of healthcare across the country. And some areas are not terribly backward and other areas terribly wealthy. So you should be able to have a good public education in Eastern Canada or Western Canada or Northern Canada because of the equalization formula. And this is because some provinces have lower incomes, fewer profitable corporations, maybe more retired people who are not contributing economically in the same way, maybe less productive. So how do you fund government operations? So the national government, the federal government, distributes revenues they've raised through taxes back to provinces that require some help. And provinces do not contribute to this. They simply receive the money and they can spend it according to their priorities. And next slide, please. So this, if you look at the one on the right, you'll see the 10 provinces. And the red shows money that is coming to the province from the government of Canada. And those that don't have red show that they are probably contributing more in taxes than they're getting back. So they may send $1 in taxes to Ottawa and get back from the federal government what they consider to be 90 cents. You know, some of that money is being redistributed to poor provinces to again ensure that there is some equalization and that there are equivalent levels of services. And provinces have their own ability to raise money, perhaps different from Indonesia. They have personal income tax, business tax, consumption tax, which is goods and services. When you buy your lunch, you'll probably pay tax on that. Property taxes and natural resource revenues as well. So that's equalization. That's a national program, has been in place over 60 years, and it is the first step in trying to address regional inequality and disparity. So it's not actually local economic development in terms of targeting one kabupaten or one kota, one city or town, but it is to try and ensure that the basic level of support is there nationally. So you may not have the same level of disparity you would have if you just let parts of the country try and get along on their own. Next. So regional development agencies. So this is another federal creation. I think one of the first was in 1969. It was called the Department of Regional Economic Expansion. And it was tasked with addressing regional economic disparities. So this would have been a government department in Ottawa that had offices in Western Canada and parts of Eastern Canada. And it was there to booster the economy, whether it was supporting certain industries like bus manufacturing, aerospace, general goods and services, or rural development, different industries. It was there to support the growth of the economy in the western or eastern part of the country. The central part of the country, Ontario, typically is the wealthiest, has the highest population. So you are trying to support other parts of the country and give them put them on an equal footing. And it was considered an improvement over having several departments and agencies responsible for regional development. But this was phased out in '82, and it was decided to go back to a more government-wide focus. This was then followed by what was called Western Economic Diversification. And that has been going, and this is a government quote here, but it's been around for more than 30 years. And again, if you live in Western Canada, there will be money from the federal government that comes to assist your business, usually a large-scale business, through Western Economic Diversification. So they would have a budget, a mandate, and of course, maybe different from Indonesia, a physical presence. They would have offices of the government of Canada in these cities in the West. It would not just be in Ottawa. You would not be flying people from Ottawa to Western Canada all the time. They have offices and senior staff. Next, please. Again, 2021, this is interesting, in the last year, it has split into two agencies now. So British Columbia, the province to the west, now has Pacific Economic Development Canada, and the other three Western provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Prairies Economic Development Canada. Again, financed by the government of Canada, special purpose agencies. They are accountable through a minister to the national government. And what's interesting is when this concept started, it was really targeted to the depressed areas, the less advantaged areas. Now, partly for political reasons, you'll see below, there are agencies that cover very much of the country, except the wealthiest areas. So, for example, there is the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency for the 4 eastern provinces. There is a development agency specifically for Quebec. And again, these would be typically areas outside of the big cities, outside of Montreal, or Quebec City, but they would be there to support business in that province. Southern Ontario, outside of Toronto, because Toronto is a very big economic hub. So it would be smaller towns, smaller communities outside in Southern Ontario. Next one, please, Jeannie. And also Northern Ontario, which is a resource area, does not have the large cities and the same economy. And then the prairies and the Pacific. So these are, the last two are quite new. And then there's Northern Canada, Can-Nor. These again are ways of funneling federal money to the different parts of the country for business support, for economic development. And in the past, they would have been large scale developments. Now you'll see they very much focus on a lot of community-based initiative and community-based developments. So next, please. Give you an example. Here's Eastern Canada. So that's a picture of Halifax, Nova Scotia. That's on the Atlantic Ocean. Traditionally, the eastern provinces were farming, fisheries, logging. Of course, there's also mining, a number of other industries, but a rural area, less populated than the rest of Canada. Maybe probably a total of 2-3 million people out of 38 million live in Eastern Canada. And so this agency was there to create opportunity for economic growth, to help businesses become more competitive, innovative, and productive, and working with diverse communities and diverse local economies. And in theory, building on the strengths of Atlantic Canada. So now, and this is currently, this agency is still here. Next one, Budini. Here's Prince Edward Island, typically an agricultural province, very famous for potatoes, lobster fishing, potatoes. The capital city is probably 30,000 people. Beautiful part of the country, but not an economic hub. Big tourist hub, very, very popular for tourism. New Brunswick in the bottom left, capital city, university. Again, the industries there, logging and agriculture, small industry. And then St. John's in Newfoundland and Labrador, the most eastern province. The traditional industry there was fisheries, and that has collapsed over the years, partly from overfishing, both Canadian and European Union overfishing of the cod stock. So there's been a real effort to diversify the economy, and oil and gas was discovered, which gave a huge boost to that part of the country. But they joined Canada in 1949. They were a colony of the United Kingdom and then self-governing, but they joined Canada and have been with the Canadian government now with part of Canada, 60 years, basically. Next slide, please. So again, if you look at the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, these are some of the programs that they offer as a means of dealing with local economic development. They have the Innovation Fund. Now, this is large-scale projects, business development program, where they will actually help you with expertise, a business plan, your productivity with interest-free loans. Community Futures. Now, this is very much community-based. It's run typically by community members. It's there to help small businesses in more remote and rural areas and to help small entrepreneurs. And Innovative Communities Fund. Again, somewhat similar. If you have a community project, I know there's many that I've seen where there is funding from the government to help you with community projects, which are there for often cultural activities. And regional economic growth through innovation, again, an interest in trying to promote innovation and support innovation with businesses. And next one, please. And again, still the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, some of their initiatives, industrial and technology benefits policy. So this is when you get defense contracts. If you're building icebreakers or ships for the Navy, there's an effort to make sure that those contracts are distributed across the country and that a lot of the sourcing is done in country. Atlantic Growth Strategy. This is a federal provincial, so this is with the provinces to create well-paying jobs and strengthen communities and supports innovation in companies. Black entrepreneurship, this is for minority businesses, Black Canadians, to grow their business and succeed. Digital adoption program, again, to help with adoption of digital technologies and promotion of technology and keeping businesses on the cutting edge. And next, please. Coal transition. We'll see that when we get to the case study of Louisbourg in Nova Scotia. Coal was very big in Eastern Canada. Some communities relied on the mines exclusively, and as those mines closed, and as we transition to a greener economy, there is money there to try and retrain and to get people into new skills and into new jobs. And if you're an official language minority community, so Canada has 2 official languages, French and English. And if you are, say, French speaking in an English community or vice versa, English speaking in a French community, there is often particular support for you to encourage that language group and to help you navigate the challenges. Again, the Government of Canada operates in both official languages, so you have access to all services in English or French. Quebec is unilingually French, but does provide English service, and the rest of the country is English speaking, but you can usually have some access to French. But the federal government is mandated by law to have service in both languages. International trade and investment, again, financial assistance, strategic support. So this is government making an effort to help with trade, with business, with investment. Rediscovering main streets is very much the retail areas. There's often decline in small towns, small communities, because people go to larger centers to shop and to purchase. So this is to try and maintain the economic activity in smaller communities. And again, it's Canada is very mobile. The idea is not to have only 2 or 3 growth centers in the country, but to try and maintain magnets for population, magnets for growth throughout the country. So if you are in, say, Ambon or Maluku, maybe you would go to Makassar, but the idea would be to have somewhere, to have a center in Ambon or a center in, say, Ternate and Maluku, where you would have the services, you would have the business opportunities. So you're trying to reinforce that. In Prince Edward Island, we talked about potatoes. This is particularly geared to the agriculture sector and potatoes. And again, these are examples from one agency. And next, please, Mudini. And of course, a major emphasis at the moment on women and women entrepreneurial development. So this is to support women in getting funding, talent, and expertise as they start or scale up or access new markets. And this is, I think, actually, this was the same wording that was used by Caitlin yesterday. Full and equal participation of women in the economy, not just the right thing to do, but the smart thing to do. And I think this is based on, number one, equal rights and full participation by the population in the economy, but also knowing that if we advance gender equality and women's participation, the estimate in Canada is it can add 150 billion to the gross domestic product. So if you look at 10,000 rupiah to the dollar, 150 billion, 150 trillion, that'd be 1,150 trillion rupiah would be the estimate of the growth in the domestic product by having full participation by women. And again, as was mentioned by Caitlin, this depends on a number of supports, maternity benefits, child care benefits, child care in workplaces, enabling women to participate fully. And as society changes and recognizes that child care is both a male and a female responsibility. So we are having higher female participation rates. Small business in Canada, small, medium, 17% owned by women, and the government is working to change that. And the women entrepreneurship strategy is a first under that name. It represents $6 billion in investment. And again, 6 billion, that is what would that be? 6 billion. I'm losing my translation ability to Indonesian, but 6 billion Canadian dollars. So, and again, it's to increase women-owned business and to help women with financing, the networking we've been talking about, and expertise. Because again, not everyone approaches a business startup on an equal footing. And we've talked about networking, sometimes a challenge for women, especially if they've been home-based. And financing, even in Canada, can be a challenge for women. You don't need your husband's approval to leave the house, but you may find some banks still want to know who is making more money and who will help you with finance. So it can still be a challenge. And next, please. And lessons learned. Again, women's participation is essential to maximize growth domestic product. And with small SMEs, it's interesting. It's great, but are we stereotyping women? Now, we recognize SMEs are the backbone, for example, of Indonesia. And a lot of the things we have supported with NSEC are very much traditional roles: weaving, baking, sambal making, fish product. And these are terrific and are very strongly supported. The challenge here is also to open other areas to women, whether it's business, finance, non-traditional areas. So training and education are essential, and sometimes a step up is essential. So this particular program in Canada, again, looks at inclusive women venture capital, an entrepreneurship loan fund, an ecosystem fund, which is partly your networking, and then an entrepreneurship knowledge hub to learn from others and find out what things have worked. So again, it's a very broadly based approach to economic development. It's trying to empower people throughout the country to create business, create opportunities, and to develop wealth. So you are hopefully targeting disparity before it starts by saying, let's strengthen all regions of the country. But we still have programs that, of course, look at particularly poor or disadvantaged areas. Next. So here's an interesting case study, Louisbourg. So this is actually a French fortress that was built in the 18th century, so the 1700s, in Cape Breton in Nova Scotia, the province of Nova Scotia, before it was Canada. This would be part of overseas France. It was when France and England were fighting for control of North America. And why this is important is because this area of Nova Scotia is a coal mining area. And basically the coal mines collapsed in the 1950s and the 1960s. To give you an example, one town in that area, there would have been, in those days, it was men, of course, who worked in the mines. So 7,000 men in the community, 5,000 worked in the coal mines. When the coal mines closed, of course, this was a complete collapse of the local economy. You had entire small towns and regions that had no employment. So this was actually quite unique. What the government did was come in and decide to rebuild this fortress from the 1700s as really a make-work project. So this involved large-scale retraining, skills development of the local population in things like metalworking, stone masonry, roofing, because this was constructed, it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, constructed according to local construction materials and methods in the 1700s. So this was really, for 20 years, many, I won't say hundreds of millions, a lot of national money, federal money went into this project to create an economy and employment in that area. And now it has also become, of course, a major tourism draw. So it has put that area on the map for tourism. But it's the largest historical reconstruction in North America. And they rebuilt fully 25%. And it's interesting because it's a national historic site, but it's really a work project and it's relating to local economic development. This was an innovative way of saying, okay, what are we going to do? Otherwise, the government would basically provide income support in Canada. So you would be at home, you would be on what is called unemployment insurance, and the government would give you a monthly supplement. But this is not a long-term solution. So this was one of the things that came as a result of a commission of inquiry that said, what can we do for this region? So very specific and very targeted to that area. Next, please. Okay, federal provincial agreements. So again, because we have a federal structure, we have a strong federal government and very strong provinces. So in the 1980s and 1990s in particular, there were agreements that were cost sharing. The government of Canada would say, we will put in 50% of the money, and the province would put in 50%. And they would target a particular industry. I'm aware of some. I lived in Western Canada. Bus manufacturing was one. Central Canada, Winnipeg, Manitoba had a bus manufacturing industry. It had some challenges. So this was, again, a way of targeting a particular industry to keep it vital, to make it more contemporary, to ensure it had domestic and export markets, and to basically keep employment, to keep Winnipeg as an economic hub in Western Canada, so people would not have to migrate to other cities or centers. You want to strengthen the urban areas that you have. So there were agreements with different provinces on agriculture and rural development, cultural industries like, filmmaking, production, movie production, that kind of stuff, tourism, bus manufacturing. Agriculture was a big one, typically targeted for 5 years. And again, here's just an example of the urban bus industrial development, research, prototype development, demonstration products to establish Winnipeg as a leading center in Canada for advanced bus technology. $50 million, 50-50, Government of Canada and the province. A second one, agriculture and rural development. This was an act of the Government of Canada that enabled the national government to help support rural areas, to rehabilitate and support. And they could enter into agreements with any province to support efficient and economic development of rural lands, conservation of water, and also development of income and employment opportunities in rural areas. So this would typically be small-scale logging projects, agricultural projects, small business development in areas outside of the cities. And again, this is it's local economic development. You're targeting areas where jobs are disappearing, and you're trying to say, okay, how can we sensibly reinforce the economy in these areas? And in this case, there were certain sectors that were targeted. It's prescriptive in that sense. It's saying agriculture, rural development, but the nature of the projects was very much up for discussion and was responsive to the needs of the different provinces. Next, please. Okay, now this one is a different one. Again, we have 3 levels of government in Canada: federal, provincial, and municipal. This is Central Canada. This is Manitoba, Winnipeg, and that's a provincial capital on the right, the provincial government seat, and on the left is Central Winnipeg. After a lot of redevelopment, I might mention, in the last 25 years. But next, please. The challenge there really was, again, it was targeted to the central city of Winnipeg. Winnipeg had been a very bustling city in the 1900s. The economy had changed. Railway patterns had changed, shipping patterns had changed, manufacturing had shifted. So there was a decline, particularly in certain parts of the city where the population was more disadvantaged. So this was an attempt to look at physical, social, and economic renewal of central Winnipeg, including the Cote-de-Bussat, the downtown area. And it was unique in North America because it was an agreement between all 3 levels, and they shared 1/3 each. It was initially 5 years and $100 million, and then it was a second 5 year for another $96 million. So, and this is showing the north end, one of the poor areas. You can see boarded up houses and small people on the street, high unemployment. And this is interesting. You're in the same, parts of the city are very wealthy, but the central area, like most cities, there are parts that are not wealthy and have higher levels of challenge. So, next slide, please. Again, this was 1981. It was over 10 years, almost $200 million. It was an experiment in public policy, very unique in Canada and North America, where it brought all 3 levels of government together to cooperate and address issues. So it looked at social, economic, and physical renewal of the inner city. And it was trying to look at inner city decline and inequity between the central city and other parts of the area. Give you an example, like infant mortality rates were 5 times higher in the central city than in the suburban parts of the city. And this didn't really relate to hospital. I mean, the capacity was there, the healthcare was there. It related more to the population in terms of people coming in with multiple challenges, whether it was nutrition or drug addiction or alcoholism or poor medical attention. So you had one city that had services available to everyone, but certain populations were not accessing them, or when they were coming in, they had so many things working against them, so many challenges they were facing that the outcomes were not as high in healthcare. So again, it looked at poverty because the incomes in the central city were below local and regional averages. I tried to address housing stock, declining housing stock. The population in the central city, limited educational achievement, lower skill level, higher unemployment, and again, poor health outcomes. We've talked about the need for better prenatal health care, treatment for drug and alcohol addiction, etc. It also looked at industrial development, retail areas, trying to support neighborhood streets, and major public infrastructure. So this again was an interesting activity, 5 years followed by another 5. The successes, of course, physical restoration, development projects are easy to do. You build a brand new computer center, it's still there. Skills training and education and poverty alleviation measures are more challenging. In this city, you have a very fluid population. It is a magnet for people from Northern Canada, particularly Indigenous or First Nation populations, which come from areas called reserves, which were set aside 100 years ago for Indigenous people, and probably not the best way to go about it. So these areas often are isolated, have little employment, poor education. People gravitate to the city, but again, they come with multiple challenges. So that population is always shifting. That is a real challenge to try and improve the lives of people that come with those disabilities or those handicaps. So what was discovered throughout this was, of course, physical was great, but to regenerate or redevelop these areas, it's socioeconomic, it's health, it's education, it's work training and skills development, it's drug and alcoholism policy. So again, this is a different type of local economic development, but trying to say we need to strengthen this area of the city. We cannot have a population in a wealthy area that is so deprived. It doesn't make sense in a country like Canada with money to have this disparity. But truth is, it still happens. There are still disparities in different populations in different parts of the country, and some areas stronger than others. But this was a deliberate attempt by all levels of government to target, and many of these initiatives continue, and it's an ongoing challenge. Next, please. Now, should I ask are there any questions before I go on? There's a little more here, but any questions that come to mind? It's okay if not, we'll just continue a little bit. Now, this is now the current trend, I would say, in Canada is small business focused interventions. So if you look at our idea of local economic development, say in Indonesia, where we're talking about SME support, small business support, dealing in rural areas, this is very much the same thing. At the national level, the government of Canada has something called Community Futures. This has been around many years, I would say 20 to 30 years. These are regional development. Before we had the regional agencies, you saw the big agencies like Western Diversification and the rest, often large-scale projects. And often Canada threw money at big employers that were not doing well. Steel mills, coal mining, those areas. They employed a lot of people. So government put a lot of money into trying to support them, even when they were going down the tube, when they were going out of business, because they thought there's too many people that rely on this business. But then there was an attempt to diversify. And then now it's really shifted to a responsive support of community initiatives and small business innovation. So very much, I would say that what we do in Indonesia now with SMEs. Community Futures has over 260 nonprofit offices across the country. They provide small business services to people. If you go to their website, which is up there, Community Futures Canada, now it's going to be in English or French, but there are a lot of testimonials from people saying, I had no idea how to set up my business. I knew what I wanted to do, and this office was there to help. So there is one-on-one support, there's mentoring, there's training, there's assistance with business planning, there's assistance with access to credit, assistance with marketing. So it helps people who want to start a business, expand a business, franchise, or even sell a business. And of all those nonprofits across the country, so these are offices in small towns and communities, 267 of them. Then Canada there is a network of all of these, which is members of these boards, community people on these boards who help guide the overall national approach. So that has been quite successful, especially in small communities and with small business startups, and I would say especially targeting women, but also men and other members of the community. And just an example at provincial level, this was in the 1990s. I worked on this program. It's called Strong Communities in the 1990s. And the challenge then, when we talk about economic development, was that the Western Canada was very much resource. It was mining, logging, fisheries. So you had a resource base that had been very productive. And all of a sudden you have a community of 20,000 people and the mine closes. They say there's no more mining. We've run out of ore. The cost is too high. It's cheaper in Argentina. This is gone. So those 2,000, 3,000 jobs are gone. So this program was there to try and address communities that were going through transition where the economies were declining, mainly resource sector. It was a small program. There were there was technical assistance, typically 2 professionals who did community mobilization, community facilitation, had access to other skilled expertise, and they worked with the community for 1 to 2 years in trying really to diversify and say, what's the next step for this community? If you want to stay in this community and the jobs are disappearing, what do we do? And that's not always easy because not every community is well positioned. In British Columbia, for example, it's a lot of mountains and ocean. It's very popular with tourists, but every community, many communities are in the mountains, have a lake, have a view. Not every community will be a big tourist draw. People go to the national parks, they go to certain areas. So you had to say, think beyond that. What is it you're going to do in this community? Is it small business? Is it something you haven't thought of before? And again, you rely on the formal leadership of the mayor, the council, the elected officials, but you also deal with the business community and you deal with the NGO community and say together, what is it we can do here? How can we move this community forward and what kind of options are there? And again, it tied in with the federal program to say, okay, what makes sense here? Next, please. So this is just a look at what was done in Indonesia with the NSLIC program, the National Support for Local Investment Climate. And we had there was an $18 million program. RIF, the Responsive Innovation Fund, was about $2 million. So about, 10% of that program. And basically it was technical assistance to help governments develop innovative practices for 1 year. And each year, 6 kabupaten or kota kabupaten or kampung really were chosen from the KPPN, from the National Priority Rural Areas within the RPJMN. The RPJMN for 2015 to 19 and 2020 to 24. So I believe initially there was something like 39 KPPN, and I think now it may be up to over 60. So it was a competitive process. Applications came in. It was coordinated with the national government and different ministries, Kemendesa, for example, Bapanas. And the idea was to see what is it we can do in this community that will make a difference. So again, there were 6 communities chosen each year, 18 overall for 3 years. And you can see the stages in phase 1, Tabanan, Central Maluku, East Lombok, Kuburaya, Pinrang, Banyuwangi. And again, each of these was a KPPN. And phase 2, Dompu, Signarang, Rapang, Mempawah, South Coast, that's a translation, Manokwari, and North Gayong. And then phase 3 again, Klungkung, a lot of Bali in phase 3, Klungkung and Buleleng, and then Belitung, Pandaklang in Banten. So these were the areas that were selected through really a competitive process and were assisted for about a year. The comment on this, when we've done and it'll come up next, what we call key informant interviews to say what was good about this program and what was not good. And one weakness from the very beginning was the timing. 1 year, 3 or 4 months is not enough for strong community development. It may be enough to help some SMEs get, a foothold or to improve products, the quantity, the quality, the branding, but wasn't enough on its own. So this was followed by a bit of a pivot, a bit of a shift to try and look at access to market. So instead of just helping SMEs produce, say, coconut chips or fish sambal or woven baskets, the thought was, well, what do you do next? Do you sell that by the side of the road? Do you sell that at Indomaret or Alfamart? Do you export? Do you ship it domestically? Do you export it? So there were a lot of efforts made through business meetings to try and support the product, basically the quality of the product, the branding, and the marketing, and the access to markets. And we worked with companies like Shopee, for example, helped to get the SMEs into e-commerce, helped to open the domestic market digitally to small SMEs. And then we did, as we've talked about, start dealing with aggregators like Elevania, where when we got into spices from Celebes from Sulawesi or say North Sulawesi in particular, we thought, okay, what are the best ways to market this? And as Greg said, there's a pro and a con for working with aggregators, but we are finding now that they are taking up all the supply of, say, coffee in Banyuwangi, Ijen, Eastern Java, and the spice production in Sulawesi. Certainly they have a demand for much more spice than nutmeg, cloves, etc., than the local farmers were able to sell on their own. So the results of, yes, the business meetings and business matching over about a year and a half, it again was the 18 KPPNs and also 9 additional areas like Ijen, like Banyuwangi, like parts of Bali, North Sulawesi, which were not KPPN but came into the program. And it helped connect producers with buyers to purchase products and commodities. We provided some tools. We did a lot of capacity building with UMKM, with SMEs, with farmers. We worked with the BUMDES and BUMDESMA and helped build their capacity as well. And we cooperate in the field of logistics and goods delivery. It's a challenge. I mean, we talk about local economic development. There is a reason why an area is designated as a KPPN. It may not have a lot of resources. It may be very remote. Even in Nusa Penida, when we worked with Nusa Penida, we found that some of their products, by the time they got them to Denpasar with boat and the rest, they weren't competitive. People that could drive in 20 minutes to Denpasar could undercut their prices. And you think, okay, that doesn't sound like a big disadvantage, Nusa Penida, but it is an island off an island. So sometimes the answers aren't easy. Not all communities will flourish. Not all SMEs will be successful. And we did find that some areas worked well, others didn't. Next, please. With the business matching, with the access to market efforts, over 30 cooperation agreements have been produced between SMEs and farmers and buyers and investors. We now are exporting nutmeg to Germany. I think that was mentioned, of 1 container a month to Germany of nutmeg, which is quite hundreds of kilos, if not more. Domestic shipments of 38 tons of coffee from Ijen to Jakarta by working with Elevania. And RIF has had an impact on institutional improvement. I think waking up in some cases local government to the potential, to the role that local government could be playing or should be playing. And also to taking a look at product quality and quantity. I know with things like coffee, we found some of the small farmers were not clear on when to harvest the coffee. Was it green? Was it red? How to grade the coffee? And there isn't a sophistication for international coffee markets. So we did a lot of mentoring and support on that to say, here's how you harvest, here's how you roast. These are the grades of coffee. This is the kind of market for this coffee. So not perfect, but certainly an effort to try and help those communities and SMEs access. So next, please. Just a bit of a comparison. So we talked about, I'm trying to make Canada relevant. We looked at community futures on the left, which was national government. Strong Communities was a provincial program, and then we have RIF. So if you look at approach, community futures, small business services, small and remote areas, and Strong Communities, community mobilization, diversification. And RIF is very much like community futures, support to local farmers, co-ops, businesses, emphasizing women. So they're all small business support for the community futures and small business support, I would say, with RIF as well, within the 18 KPPN. And the Strong Communities program was very much declining resource bases. So that would be communities in Indonesia where the fishery was declining, the forestry resource was declining, the jobs were disappearing. So that was the focus. Again, RIF was 1 year per KPPN. Community Futures in Canada is an ongoing program, has been going for many years, supporting small communities. And Strong Communities in one province, 3 years. If you look at Community Futures, it's interesting. You have 267 offices across Canada. Each office has a general manager, a business analyst, a community economic development officer, an administrator. And within those offices, there's also on-the-job and other training for the office staff themselves to support their career advancement locally and nationally. So that means if you were somewhere in say you were in Tanah Toraja, you could very well have a Community Futures office, which would be staffed with professionals, many of them drawn from the community and mentored and trained, who would be helping you with developing your business, with accessing funding, with doing a business plan, a marketing plan. So this is very much out in the community. If you look at RIF, we tried to do that, but again, only for a year. We had a Jakarta team, a senior manager, and then a coordinator and an assistant. And we did have technical assistance on the ground, a RIF person, a TA, drawn normally from the community. And this was, but again, it's very intense. It's 1 year, 15 months, and does not go on for a long period of time. You look on the left again, Canada, with Community Futures, you're providing small business services to people in rural and remote communities. You're providing business loans, tools, training, and events for people to network and helping them to start, expand, franchise, or sell a business. So this is ongoing business support in 267 small communities across the country. And again, the capital, small loans and tools. With RIF, we had very limited capital. We could buy maybe a machine to help dry fish, things like that, but not major capital assistance. And if you look at success stories, if you go to Community Futures website, many individuals talking about their businesses and how much help they received. I'm sure there's many that weren't as successful, but certainly success stories. And if you look on the right, again, we nurtured informal and formal champions. We increased incomes in most of these areas, sometimes agricultural yields from, say, 4 tons of corn a hectare to 8 tons. We provided access to market for domestic and international. I think what Riff pointed out as well, we, for example, worked in Kubu Raya in Kalimantan Barat. Rural community, corn is a big product. You realize that what is lacking as an outsider is what we would call extension services, having the Ministry of Agriculture or the Dinas of Agriculture in, say, Kalimantan or in the Kabupaten support these farmers, because often they're not aware of the best way to irrigate, how to manage water, how even to till, how to, when they're trying to manage weeds, how to fertilize, how to shift to organic fertilizer. So we were able with, one-on-one help, but this is something, say in Canada, we have very strong extension services. The national ministries and the provincial ministries of agriculture have people in the field that support farmers, that do training, mentoring, and keep them up to date with technology and techniques to increase yields and usually to go organic. So that's something that came out of this, was recognizing some of the weak spots. Next, please. And quickly, how's our time? Not too bad. So KII, so these were key informant interviews. We did a very thorough evaluation of RIF with NSLIC, and we asked governments, we asked government partners, Kabupaten and Kota, we asked our technical assistant people, we asked our SMEs, we asked our farmers, we asked our national government partners, Kemendesa, Kemenpan, Kemendagri, and we said, what worked, what contributed to success, and what didn't? So what made it successful? Where government and other stakeholders were interested and participated, where there was a high quality of training and a good technical assistance, where the project was relevant. Kubu Raya, for example, corn was a major issue. We dealt directly with corn. We didn't try and diversify. We said, let's support what is clearly the local economy. So they were choosing a commodity that existed, that was jagung. Programming that included access to technical assistance, technology, financing, and markets, trying to link people, create better networks, help show them other ways of doing things and link them with people that could help in that area. In some cases, diversification, quality products. We looked, for example, we worked in some communities on seaweed, and we helped with that to say, what can you do with this seaweed? How do you make a higher value added product out of seaweed and seaweed harvesting? A holistic approach, again, we worked with all the community, with the business, with government, tried to take a look at ways to improve a particular product or a particular issue. Again, the technical assistance was very important, and having to move quickly, we only had a year, that was important. And internet access was, of course, important. When we got into access to market, things like Shopee, going online, you need internet access, and that is not always available in every community in Indonesia equally. What was a challenge? What didn't work as well? The time frame was short. Sometimes local champions did not emerge. Sometimes you had very strong people, you know, some communities and areas where you find there's key farmers, there's men, there's women that have been leaders in the community, and they step forward and help to guide the project and to encourage others. Where you don't have that, it's a little more challenging. COVID-19, of course, was a challenge with restrictions. And sometimes local government did not buy in. They didn't see the value. They didn't wish to have their staff take part. They didn't look at directing any of their anggaran, any of their budget towards long-term support. And again, internet access. So this is a lesson if you were to look at this again, and as you know, continuing as Indonesia continues efforts at a small scale LED in small communities, there's some lessons here in terms of what helps make it work, particularly technical assistance on the ground and mentoring, I think, and working with the local community, with champions from government and non-government. Next, please. And okay, so now we're going to have something completely different, just a few minutes on tourism. Now, can I ask, ada pertanyaan, are there any questions or comments? Am I going too quickly? So far, so good? Okay, let's take a look at pariwisata, take a look at tourism. And this, so we have about 10 minutes to go, probably. So within the RPJMN, certainly currently with the 2020 to 2024 National Medium-Term Plan, tourism is one of the major projects identified. There's something like 41 major projects in the current RPJMN. And if you look at the strategy priority projects, 10 priority tourist destinations are one of those projects. And you can see them on the left, and you probably know them. Lake Toba, Borobudur, Lombok, Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, Wakatobi. We have been dealing with Wakatobi. We've been attempting to assist Bapanas with the study in Wakatobi. It has not been easy, but just seeing what is the next step for Wakatobi. It's one thing to say, you will be a new Bali, you are the next Bali, but how quickly does that happen and how do you help that? Because I know when I was in Bali, for example, with some of our RIF projects, you would see at the airport, the flights going to Labuan Bajo, Komodo Islands, right? I mean, that was happening. You didn't see flights running off to Wakatobi. And we had an office for 5 years in Kendari with NSLIC. And even there, it was difficult on many days for Kendari to get to Wakatobi, either air or especially by boat. So the access was a challenge. But this, again, just saying RPJMN does talk about tourism. So I have just 2 little case studies on tourism. So next, please. Okay, so these are Canadian studies. Here's one, Whistler, BC. So this is a ski resort. Actually, it's more than that. It's a major tourism resort north of Vancouver on the west coast of Canada on the Pacific Ocean, just in from the Pacific Ocean, about 120 kilometers north of Vancouver. And it is actually a particular kind of Pemerintah Daerah. It's a resort municipality of Whistler, which is a special designation. And it is a resort community, a local government organization and leader in providing services, programs, planning and infrastructure. And this area now has 14,000 permanent residents and 3 million annual visitors. So we'll just go to the next slide. This area, again, it's a traditional territory of the Lillooet and the Squamish people in Canada. When the settlers came from Europe initially in the 1800s, to Quebec they came in the 1600s, other parts of Canada 1700s, 1800s. People already lived there, the traditional lands of the Indigenous people, what we call First Nation people in Canada. So this is built on what we call unceded lands. In parts of Canada, there were treaties that were signed saying, we, the native people, turn over this land to the settlers, but often that was done under force or duress. Most of Western Canada, there are no treaties. So people simply moved in, took land, built cities and what have you. So now there is a recognition that we are dealing with traditional lands and trying to make a reconciliation and amends with people. So this is on traditional territory. The first non-Indigenous people came in the 1880s. It was a very out of the way place. You couldn't really get there from Vancouver. There was limited recreation in the summer. There was a dirt road you would have to drive, took you a number of hours. And in the 1960s, this is a chronology just to talk about how long tourism development can take, that it's not necessarily an overnight thing and what kind of support is required. So a group of Vancouver business people wanted to host the Olympics. This didn't happen. 1968, they made a bid. Whistler was not considered adequate. So out of that, there was private investment in the ski area with the chairlifts, the T-bars, the gondolas. These are all skiing things that take you up the hill. And this was 1966. So people started to make their way up there. And for the first time, the road from Vancouver was paved. It had been a dirt road, a gravel road. So now it was upgraded. Whistler was then incorporated about 10 years later. The provincial government said, okay, we will create a new municipality, a new quota called a resort municipality with particular powers. And we will give them also within a year or 2 years, what's called Crown land, public land owned by the government of British Columbia, was given to the new municipality to build the town center, to say, okay, start to develop your community. And then more private money came in terms of one of the largest ski complexes that was built, because the mountains are quite spectacular. You have what's called a vertical drop from the top to the bottom of 1 mile, which would be about 1.2, 1.3 kilometers vertical drop, which is very important in skiing. So this was developed privately. By 1992, it was named the #1 ski resort in North America. Now that's big because you've got Vail, Aspen, the places you always hear about, especially in the United States, many big ski resorts in Quebec, Eastern Canada. So this became the largest ski resort and the most popular in North America. 2005 declared one of the most livable communities in the world. And 2005 or so, Vancouver and Whistler won the Olympic bid. So Whistler hosted the Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games. And before that happened, the government put about $600 million into upgrading the highway from Vancouver to Whistler, because it's very scenic. It's by the edge of the ocean in the mountains, but it had very dangerous spots. So the point of this case study is to say there was, yes, here we are, good. Well, this is the next one. You can go back one for a second. Is just to say that it took a combination of community interest and community push and government intervention to make this happen. The community wanted this to happen. The private sector came in and started to invest. Government created the legal entity, the resort municipality, provided the land base to set up the town, built much of the infrastructure from Vancouver to the community. And now again, 3 million tourists a year. It's winter and summer. It has beautiful lakes, good climate in the summer, terrific skiing. So, but this was not always the case. This was a backwater, an area that was not visited and not developed. So this happened over about 50 years. Next one, please. This is the second one. Case study of Tofino and Ucluelet. So this is Vancouver Island. This is Western Canada again. And basically this was declining communities. They were fishing and logging communities. You can see the trees in the background. Also a big Indigenous First Nations traditional territory, and a huge environmental clash, because a lot of the logging was trees that were 500 to 800 years old, what we call old growth. And of course you can't replace that. It has a terrific value on the market for wood, but people are saying, what's more important, the economy or the environment? So this became the scene of mass civil disobedience and the huge environmental protests. And you had two communities here. You have a little, you come down the highway and you can go left or right, and about 30 kilometers apart are two communities. One was still very keen on fishing and logging. The other was going very environmental. So they had a lot of conflicts. People were chaining themselves to trees to stop the logging. There was violence. I was brought in as a mediator in the strong communities in the 90s because they shared a school, they shared a road, and yet the communities were not getting along and were actively at odds. So basically this evolved over time to a recognition that logging and fishing are great, and there still is both of those, but tourism was where the future lay. So the provincial government upgraded the highway. The government of Canada took the area and added it to the National Parks Act and made the park reserve. And it's interesting in Canada, when you think, where am I going for holidays? You do look at national parks. It's like putting a bullseye on a map, a big red circle saying, here's a national park. This is an area of outstanding natural beauty. So this became very, very popular. When I was coming to Indonesia in November, I was back in Canada at the airport. The people next to me were from Texas, from Houston. They had just come here for 1 week, thought it was fabulous. Again, in the summer, it is swimming and beach walking. And, in the fall, when the winter comes, there's storms. People love to watch the violent weather, the storms, the waves. The whales come. The whales migrate from Alaska to Mexico, so you can do whale watching. And then in the winter, it's cold. The water's probably 2 degrees. The winter surfing is hugely popular with, of course, a wetsuit. So it's become now a winter and a summer area. And again, this was not logical. If you had designated this 40 years ago, you would have said, okay, fishery, logging, that's what that community does. But the community itself said, no, we see a value to this area that's different. And it evolved into a tourism destination, which is now very recognized and very popular. And I think the last slide, case studies. Okay, so what's the lessons learned on tourism? It takes time. There is not really one magic wand. Clearly, if you have community interest, you have private sector enthusiasm and investment, and you have support from government. And sometimes you need the airport, sometimes you need the highway, sometimes you need the national park designation. You need things that help to ramp up or to improve the positioning of the area. I mean, in this case, British Columbia in Whistler, they created a special category of local government that was not there before, called a resort municipality, and gave it lands and gave it certain powers. And again, the provincial government spent many millions, including 600 million on the highway itself. So I guess the lesson I would draw here is it highlights the need for financial, technical, and promotional support for the 10 priority tourist destinations in the RPJMN. And you can see that happening, I would say, and I don't claim to be the expert, with places like Labuan Bajo, and I know Raja Ampat's coming up, but I don't think we're seeing it yet with Wakatobi. So the question is, how do we get there with Wakatobi? What are the first steps? When does government step in? We're now still at the baseline level, identifying some of the needs, but at what point do we say, okay, incremental steps, maybe we have to move. So, and again, I think there is a role for government in tourist destinations, clearly, in trying to put them on the map. And you are competing in a big world with a lot of very popular areas. So how do you actually make it work? So I think that was just my comment on tourism. And I think that is my last slide. One more slide, maybe. Here we are, Canada in winter again. On the left, that's the city of Edmonton. That's a city of over 1 million people. In the winter, there's somebody skiing. And on the right is a very nice winter scene in the mountains when you're driving your car along the highway. But I'm not going to show you the summer scenes. So look, thank you. Terima kasih banyak. Merci. Thank you for that. And please, I hope that was interesting, and I hope there are some questions. I should have asked the NSLIC staff. I could have given them 10,000 rupiah each to ask a question. Oh, Melissa, are you going to ask a question?
No, but maybe like I just mungkin Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini soalnya udah saat terakhir. I just want to encourage people, Peter. So this is a chance to ask question. I think to Pak Greg Elms and also to Pak Peter Walton. Karena ini betul-betul latihan terakhir dari Enslik yang dan topiknya bagus sekali dan kita bisa melihat banyak perbandingan dengan negara-negara lain termasuk negara sekitar kita. Jadi silakan, ini kesempatan terakhir. Kita tahu bahwa Enslik selama ini bertahun-tahun dan selama pandemi juga banyak menyediakan online training dan sebagainya. Mungkin teman-teman sekalian ada yang ingin tanya, jangan malu-malu. Pakai bahasa Indonesia juga nggak apa-apa, nanti ditranslate. Terima kasih.
Selamat siang.
Silakan Pak, silakan. Somebody.
Kalau saya lah, ibu saya buku aku. Tapi yang nggak tahu.
Halo.
Pokoknya boleh saya.
Mungkin ada yang mau bertanya dari Bappenas atau dari pemerintah daerah, Gorontalo, Sultra. Terima kasih banyak nih selama ini untuk kerjasamanya. Peter, I'm becoming a moderator for you guys.
Again, no question is too silly, no comment. We welcome any comment. And if there's something you need clarified, maybe something wasn't clear.
Ada yang mungkin kurang jelas?
I think Greg and I must have done a really good job.
I think so.
Or else we put everybody to sleep.
Bapak Ibu, kalau sudah tidak ada pertanyaan lagi, mungkin akan nanti ditutup. Tapi sekali lagi diberikan kesempatan kalau memang masih ada mau bertanya tentang pengembangan ekonomi lokal dan bagaimana untuk perencanaan ke depan supaya bisa ekonomi lokal Indonesia tuh bersaing di dalam negeri dan juga terlebih lagi di luar gitu dengan negara-negara lain. Seperti yang kita lihat tadi banyak contoh-contoh yang diberikan pemerintah Vietnam, pemerintah Malaysia, kemudian juga Kanada dan lain sebagainya, apa yang mereka lakukan. Mungkin ada yang bertanya atau berkomentar?
Selamat siang. Mungkin saya izin bertanya, Ibu Melisa.
Silakan Pak.
Ya,
silakan.
Saya izin pakai bahasa Indonesia, Bu ya.
Ya, silakan.
Baik, saya dari Kemenko Perekonomian dan saya tertarik tadi terkait dengan pengembangan ekonomi lokal di sektor pariwisata tadi ya. Dan sebagaimana kita ketahui bahwa pemerintah Indonesia kan tadi sudah disampaikan sedang mengembangkan destinasi pariwisata super prioritas ya. Belajar dari apa yang dilaksanakan oleh pemerintah Kanada, kami ingin mengetahui ya bagaimana apakah ada semacam skema benefit sharing ya dengan komunitas lokal ya atau dengan masyarakat tadi indigenous people begitu ya yang dilakukan sehingga masyarakat itu bisa memperoleh manfaat yang sebesar-besarnya dari pengembangan pariwisata. Karena banyak kasus dalam pengembangan pariwisata itu investasi yang hadir itu malah menciptakan enclave dan akhirnya menimbulkan konflik sosial begitu. Nah, bagaimana hal seperti ini diimplementasikan di Kanada ya khususnya dalam pengembangan pariwisata di dalam dua studi kasus yang tadi disampaikan. Demikian, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. That's an excellent question. Maybe to look at Whistler. Whistler perhaps is a simpler one because there wasn't a strong community in place at the time. It was a lot of people who came up, slept in tents, liked to go down the mountains before they were developed. Then once the first ski hill was developed commercially, I think that really set the tone for the community. This is what the community is going into. It had already had summer recreation. Now it had winter. Yes, there were big outside investors. If you go there now, you will see the Marriott Hotel and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and all those kind of activities. You'll also see an awful lot of neighborhoods and homes that have been built, a lot of job creation. There's also partnerships with the indigenous communities in terms of small business creation, provision of tourism services, provision of accommodation, skills training. And that hasn't always come naturally. That's taken a while in Canada to recognize that you want to make sure the benefits are enjoyed in the local area. if you look at Tofino Ucluelet, the area that was a logging and fishing area, that has a very strong indigenous community that has lived there for hundreds of years, maybe a few thousand years. And they are active partners in the tourism development, in the commercial, in the sport fishing industry, in some of the accommodation. But there have been clashes as that started, and certainly not everyone in that area wanted to see tourism when they saw tourists as being very environmental and against logging, against commercial fishing. So they saw that as threatening their traditional way of life. But certainly in terms of the local community now participating, I would say yes. The challenge in both Tofino and Whistler at the moment now is probably accommodation, because the areas are so popular and the rents and housing costs are so high. It's hard to get people who can afford to live there and work in the service industry. So that's created its own challenge. But certainly there is an attempt, especially now in Canada, to work with Indigenous communities, especially in unceded territories, territories that were traditional Indigenous lands, to make sure they are participating financially. And things like Community Futures targets Indigenous communities particularly, but it is a failing of Canada over the years. It's our record is not perfect. We have made many mistakes, and now we're on what we call a path of reconciliation, which is trying to work more closely. Indigenous people in Canada, probably 5% of the population, maybe 2 million people. We have a large population. And the idea is to make sure that that population is well integrated in Canada in terms of economic, social, financial, benefits. So, but very good question. The path isn't always smooth, but I think you have an awful lot of community involvement in both those areas that helps to fashion the way forward. Does that help? Because it's a very good question.
Maybe Greg?
It's a very good question.
Yeah, please.
Oh, Greg has his hand up.
Yes, maybe I can just add a little bit on tourism development, because I've been doing some work recently under a project funded by International Finance Corporation as part of the development of the new destinations. And I think one of the challenges is collaboration between all the different players, because we have the Investment Board, Ministry of Investment, we have Ministry of Tourism, and then we have various destination authorities, such as in Borobudur and Lake Toba area. And then we have other areas like North Lombok, where there is not really a destination authority per se. And if you're a foreign investor, you're trying to figure out where to go, what to look at. So one of the ideas is you need a sort of a top level picture about why invest in tourism in Indonesia. And then the next level down is, so why invest in that particular destination? What are the differences, or what are the highlights of that area? And then once you've got that, then you drill down to specific sites within the area. Now, the specific sites and even the destination itself, it needs spatial planning. It needs a concept, it needs a vision. And I think that's where local economic development can play a role, is to put together a vision for what the development will look like and how it will be phased in over a period of time. And then within that, then it allows whoever has the authority over that spatial plan to then start to look at specific sites. And that's the level of detail that seems to be not complete yet, and could benefit from some more work on spatial planning. I look at ITDC and the Mandalika area. So they have a spatial plan, and they have lots allocated that you can talk to them about. So you get a vision of what the future is intended to be, just like Bali was in the Nusa Dua area 30 years ago, where there was a spatial plan developed. And I think one of the aspects of dealing with the local community to make sure that they're supporting of it is to involve them in that discussion. And I think in the case of Lake Toba, I think some work is being done to create a training center for hotel staff, so that there is no shortage of workers when the investments take place. I think in the case of Yogyakarta, they already have some tourism training schools there. So, that's something that can also show the local community that there will be benefits for them. And also at the same time, it's an attractor for investors, because investors see that there will be some human resources there that they can draw upon from the local area. And then there's all sorts of things like creating homestays and local community development that can be part of the spatial plan in terms of local tourist attractions that can be locally funded by SMEs, medium-sized firms. But it sort of comes back to planning. You know, there's got to be a bit of a vision, and tourism is, I think, especially for development of a zone or a destination, you've got to have that vision to sell. Otherwise, you're just selling individual plots of land without the vision as to why tourists will come to that area. So it does require that sort of higher level, which is different than just, say, setting up a factory somewhere, because you could set up a factory anywhere. But for tourism, it's built around assets, geographic assets. So then you've got to do a bit of spatial planning. And that's where I think you can involve the local community so that they become part of the salespeople of the plan rather than the resistors of it.
Mhm, mhm. Interesting, if I can make a quick comment. I think if you look at Whistler, once the resort municipality was created, master planning started. There was a town center designated. There were areas for development of hotels. There were areas for residential development. But prior to that, it had been more or less haphazard, left up to the private sector to see who wanted to invest where. But that became a planned community. Tofino Ucluelet less so. And I think, as Greg mentions, you had the resistance factor as well. Once the environmentalists and the tourist crowd had won the battle and became tourist oriented, they started to resist the large numbers of people who came in, the large scale hotels that wanted to build and change the character of the place. So they've been fighting a bit of an action, a rearguard action, to say, yes, we're popular, but don't ruin it. So it's interesting. But again, strong community involvement. And as Greg said, master planning. I mean, these were not planned communities from the very beginning, but Whistler became one. So, and sorry, and I think we have a question from
Mbak Siva, ya Mbak Siva dari Bappenas, silahkan Bu.
Ya, thank you Bu Melissa. Good afternoon Pak Peter, Mr. Greg. Allow me to speak in bahasa. Saya ada dua pertanyaan. Yang pertama tadi menarik yang disampaikan oleh Pak Peter ya terkait RIF dan KPPN. Mungkin kalau boleh saya sedikit cerita, jadi KPPN itu merupakan kebijakan nasional yang sudah berlangsung di dua periode RPJMN dari 2015-2019 lalu dari 2020-2024. Tadi salah satu kritik yang disampaikan oleh Pak Peter di paparannya adalah lokasi-lokasi yang diintervensi oleh RIF di KPPN itu tidak seragam ya, ada yang belum siap dan ada yang sangat remote gitu. Nah sebetulnya ini juga terkait dengan materi yang disampaikan oleh narasumber di hari sebelumnya, Dr. Andrea. Jadi kebijakan LED itu tidak bisa seragam, jadi ada yang sudah advance dan ada yang masih sangat tertinggal. Nah ini kami mungkin minta masukan dari Pak Peter dari pengalamannya menangani RIF, apa yang perlu diperbaiki dari KPPN ini, karena kami juga sedang menyusun untuk periode perencanaan selanjutnya. Apakah memang perlu dipilih lokasi-lokasi yang sudah siap begitu, yang sudah punya peluang tinggi untuk ditingkatkan perekonomiannya, ataukah memang tetap merangkul semua gitu, karena KPPN yang dahulu itu memang variasi tingkat perkembangannya cukup tinggi ya, ada yang di daerah barat tuh sudah siap, tapi yang di daerah timur itu juga tidak bisa ditinggalkan, dan mungkin dari segi kriterianya memang segitu tuh mereka sudah sangat berkembang begitu Pak Peter. Jadi kita bermaksud untuk mencari pusat-pusat pertumbuhan di setiap region begitu. Nah ini kami minta masukan untuk penyusunan RPJM berikutnya, termasuk RPJP, bagaimana kita bisa merangkul daerah yang unggul tapi juga tidak meninggalkan daerah-daerah yang tertinggal begitu. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua, terkait dengan tourism, saya sepakat bahwa tourism itu tidak bisa dikembangkan dalam waktu yang singkat ya, jadi kita memerlukan waktu yang relatif sangat panjang, dan juga dari segi nilai tambah sebetulnya paling potensial untuk meningkatkan daya beli masyarakat. Misalnya di daerah yang mayoritas nelayan, begitu kita intervensi dengan pengembangan turisme itu nilainya melompat sangat tinggi. Misalnya dia sehari-hari hanya sebagai nelayan hanya dapat sekian puluh ribu, kemudian jika dia mengantarkan turis, dia sekali mengantarkan langsung mendapatkan nominal rupiah yang sangat berbeda, cukup tinggi begitu. Tapi kita belajar juga dari pandemi COVID sekarang bahwa turisme itu sektor yang sangat atau paling terdampak gitu. Nah, ini apakah ada strategi atau masukan khusus dari pengalaman Pak Peter, bagaimana kita bisa mengembangkan turisme yang bisa tahan terhadap misalnya beberapa goncangan ataupun hal-hal yang tidak bisa terprediksi seperti pandemi. Mungkin itu saja Bu Melisa 2 pertanyaan saya, karena kita juga membutuhkan masukan untuk penyusunan tahun berikut. Terima kasih Bu Melisa, Pak Peter.
Mungkin silakan aja Pak Peter, kemudian Pak Greg. Terima kasih. Ya Bu Siva, kebetulan ini sekaligus ada yang ini ya kesempatan. Jadi bertanya aja sebanyak-banyaknya. Terima kasih.
Shall I start, Greg? All right, if I might, thank you. Excellent questions again. I think, you mentioned very rightly that no one model fits all with KPPN. I think by definition, to become a designated rural disadvantaged area, you often are remote. You often don't have the skills base. You often don't have the resources. So I know when I was lucky to be the director of a previous project, and we were looking at our partner communities in North and South Sulawesi of 5 Kabupaten and Kota. The question was, do we choose those that are most likely to succeed with the program, or do we choose those that are most in need? Because you could clearly see that some were going to be successful and some seemed so many things working against them that they really might not ever catch up. So we tried to strike a balance and thought, okay, let's have a balance of Kabupaten Kota, of those that we think will be successful with some help and support, and those that really need our help but may not quite achieve the same level, but certainly can benefit from having that attention. So I think the KPPN are the same, that you realize that some communities like Kuburaya with the corn, I think was really quite successful. Other areas, say I think we had one in South Lombok, maybe not quite as successful. Some challenges around the role of women in economic development, the role of women in the community, the particular, home-based businesses that were looked at. So you think, okay, not every area is going to suddenly jump into productive business, into accessing a market, into becoming a tourist draw. But we also work, say, in Aegean area in things like homestays, and that element was successful. The coffee was successful, but that area had some natural advantages. So I guess the question is, or the answer is that you look for maybe incremental change. You accept that the growth may vary from one area to the other. You accept that perhaps some areas, because of lack of leadership in the community, lack of leadership in government, may really not quite take advantage of the program the way they could. But I think you try to make small steps. You hope to make some difference. And in some cases, you'll be quite happy to see how much change has come about and how much, we always aim for institutionalization. We hope that when we leave, if we've helped with, say, homestay development, that becomes part of the culture. People see the value. Women start to work in that business. The local government supports it with their dinas pariwisata. You see the steps being taken. But I think the recognition is that, as you say, not every KPPN has the capacity or the ability to respond to an intervention in the same way. But I think it's important to deal with some that are most in need, as well as some that are probably going to be quite successful. And in terms of tourism, if I can just answer that one, I don't think anybody anticipated COVID. That certainly was a huge hit to tourism throughout the world. I know Tofino Ucluelet, that area we looked at, they actually limited the number of tourists. At one point, they closed the community to tourism. And of course, did that help the local economy? Not at all. In Canada, we had very substantial government assistance during COVID, so people still had income support. But in terms of an active tourism sector, it basically disappeared for a year and a half. So how you insulate against that? I'm not sure. With proper safety and health measures, limited access was allowed, limited restaurant openings, but there certainly was a shutdown for, say, 6 months. So I don't think that was anything that people anticipate. I'm not sure what future planning will do around major pandemics like that, where the world closes. But I'm not sure. Am I answering the question? I hope I'm answering the question. But otherwise, the community is resilient. They bounced back. And again, it's a question of community engagement, community ownership of what's happening, and support within the community for that kind of tourism development. And Greg, you probably have something more to clarify, to add.
Sure. So one example in terms of where to focus is Papua New Guinea decided that they wanted to try to develop some remote areas, and they decided to try to set up special economic zones in different remote parts of the country, which was, in theory, from their perspective, a good idea. But in practice, the challenge was that there was nothing in those areas. And no one was really prepared to make the significant investment in the infrastructure, and there were no workers in the area. And they basically failed. They weren't able to develop special economic zones in the remote areas to create from zero growth zones. Now, that may be a bit specific to some of the challenges in PNG with land ownership and the tribes and whatnot, but there is a school of thought that says that growth occurs in certain areas and has historically occurred because they are growth zones. And if you look at I've seen some very interesting maps that sort of show the economic growth around Indonesia, and you have big spikes in places like, Jakarta, Java, a lot of spikes up of high growth areas, high income areas. Then you have around the country a few others, Makassar, Medan, and there's a certain reason why those are growth zones. So part of the strategy can be, how can you leverage development in those areas to adjacent areas to spread the benefit a little bit? But it's very hard, I think, to go to a completely greenfield area because they end up being higher cost areas compared to other sites, which makes it harder to attract the investment. Higher in the sense that, it's a bit like Batam when it was first set up. You had to bring in workers from elsewhere. There's an inherent cost in that. But for Singapore, it was more cost effective to set up in Batam than to set up in Singapore. So you ended up attracting a lot of Singaporean firms into Batam, but not a lot of investors from other places, because for other countries, they picked other locations in the country that were more cost effective. So it kind of depends on what your target is. And I think when it comes to, tourism development, you are starting greenfield a little bit in the way that Nusa Dua was greenfield at the beginning, but it took 20 to 30 years. And the first 10 to 20 years was the Bali Tourism Development Corporation, which became ITDC. They were focused on the first half of that 30-year period on promoting the development of the sites. Then they shifted into maintenance mode, and they basically got rid of all their marketing staff because they didn't need them anymore because it was fully developed. Now with Mandalika, they're going back and hiring more marketing staff to develop the area. And at some point it'll shift to maintenance mode again. But these are long-term investments. So things like the pandemic, they're unexpected. They're affecting everyone. So it's one of those black swan events, but the duration of it is 3 or 4 years, and we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and numbers are picking up again. So from a property developer perspective, you're looking at 20 to 30 years or more for your investment. So now there are opportunities for investors to come in potentially at lower costs. If there is spare capacity for construction, they can, and they can do a future development at a better price. I think the challenge, though, is that when you're trying to develop so many destinations at the same time, and you have Bali that needs to recover, is that you're now splitting the flow of investment across multiple areas. And I think the government has to be mindful of the fact that spreading of the capital, available capital, will slow the recovery of Bali, and it will slow the development of the destinations probably less than you would like to see, because you now have multiple locations competing for global funds or national funds. So that somehow has to be rationalized, I think, into staged development plans, so that you can say, okay, yeah, over 20 to 30 years, this is our future vision, but we're going to start with this core and we're going to gradually grow it up. And that way it rationalizes the scarce funds in a perhaps a bit more marketable fashion. But I think that is a challenge, is trying to do initially 10 and now it's 5 super priority. It's like, okay, where's the money going to come from? You know, is there a lot of surplus cash that will suddenly flow in? And is the enabling environment right? And is there a plan that's attractive? All of those things come into play. So I think that's where the government could focus on, is making sure that there's a marketable plan and making sure that there are people in place that know how to convey that to the market with the right sort of location, sales and marketing skills, so that when investors do approach the government, they can get readily available information and then they can start to make decisions about where to invest. But I do see some action in asset takeover, acquisitions, because there are, you know, distressed ventures in Bali that could be taken over, equity injected into them and then developed. So that also challenges the development of new areas when you have these existing resources in an existing tourism hotspot that could perhaps be more quickly operationalized than an entire new zone.
Thank you, Greg. I think Melissa's disappeared as our moderator, so we're past our time. Oh, there you are. Please go ahead.
So I think if maybe just one round and then we can wrap it up. I think because we passed time, but well, you know, it's considering it's the last one. Ada lagi pertanyaan mungkin dari Bapak Ibu sekalian? Silahkan. Ini sangat banyak pelajaran dari, memang kan mau perbandingan dari berbagai negara yang lain, kemudian juga pengalaman dari Indonesia sendiri kalau dibandingkan dari kedua.
Halo Bu Melisa.
Silakan. Ya, silakan.
Sebenarnya pertanyaan lanjutan terkait yang tadi Bu Melisa, kalau boleh. Dengan pengalaman di RIF KPPN terkait durasi waktu, menurut pengalaman Pak Peter, untuk mengembangkan satu kawasan dengan intervensi baik dari pemerintah ataupun dari pihak lainnya, apakah 1 tahun itu cukup atau berapa idealnya kita bisa mengembangkan ekonomi lokal suatu daerah begitu? Mungkin bisa kita mendapat masukan. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua, tadi saya tertarik juga dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh Mr. Greg, bahwa di Indonesia memang sangat beragam ya. Tadi ada high spike di daerah Jawa, tapi kemudian di daerah lainnya tuh sangat signifikan perbedaannya. Itulah mengapa di RPJPN selanjutnya kita juga dituntut untuk ada leapfrog begitu, ada lompatan, jadi tidak business as usual, karena jika dibiarkan selama 20 tahun mendatang trennya akan tetap seperti itu, jadi hanya berkembang di daerah Jawa sedangkan daerah lain itu tetap akan tertinggal begitu. Dan di kita juga ada major project yang sedang diprioritaskan, yaitu melalui pemindahan ibu kota baru yang diharapkan itu jadi pemicu leapfrog begitu Pak Greg. Namun saya mungkin di sini meminta masukan, selain misalnya strategi-strategi seperti pemindahan ibu kota baru, apa strategi yang paling cocok gitu di Indonesia yang bisa tidak bisnis as usual, tapi bisa mempercepat pemerataan begitu, karena Indonesia juga negara kepulauan yang sangat terbatas untuk akses, karena kita daerah kepulauan, jadi biaya transportasi sangat tinggi, lalu tadi juga tidak secara bisnis cost-nya sangat tinggi begitu. Mungkin 2 itu saja Bu Melisa pertanyaan lanjutannya. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Maybe I'll answer the easier of the two first on RIF and then leave the second to Greg. You raise a very good question. How many years? I worked in Canada for about 10 years in community-based economic development. And I think Andrea yesterday referred to it in Italy, where he said some of the cluster areas, some of the communities, they said, we want you to develop a plan. And some said, we'll do it in a month. And some said, give us 5 years. He said, well, 5 years for a plan is a bit much because what's in your plan will be out of date, but you do need time. My experience in Canada is you really need 2 to 3 years minimum to try and develop a community-based economic development approach. People do not emerge immediately to take the ideas to, you can see in our discussion here, people are hesitant to come forward. They're hesitant to say, here's what I believe matters in my community. But as you build that momentum, as you get the first people involved in speaking, whether it's government or local champions or, you know, the head of the local grocery store, the woman that runs the tourism shop, you start to find people coalesce, people will come in and you start to get clarity of focus, clarity of direction, clarity of ideas. You also start to see the silly ideas fall by the wayside. They're not going to work, but it takes a while for communities to, I think, build that momentum and coalesce to come together. And if you do want any kind of institutionalization, if you want to say, okay, our big push is over, but we're hoping that government, the private sector, the community, the NGOs will continue, you need to give them a chance to buy into that, to organize and to feel that's their concept and to see some results. Again, incremental is important. Quick wins are very important. If there's a few things you can do in communities to show the difference, whether it's, you know, working with, you know, irrigation with the corn or working with a small SME, you can start somewhere. But I think you need, I'd say 3 to 5 years really, but certainly more than a year. Because in a year, you're just getting people started and then your technical assistance disappears. If your government hasn't bought in or says, well, no budget, they're kind of lost. So I would give it a few years to institutionalize, get the support on board, and make sure you support for that minimum length of time. 5 is great, but maybe 3 is more realistic. And then I'll turn it to Greg to answer the hard question.
Thank you, Peter. You know, the question is a very good one. And it's like, how long does it take? And, you know, my answer would be an analogy, which is, how long is a piece of string? Well, the piece of string is as long as it needs to be for the purpose and the function. And you can accelerate the development through certain means. Now, the special economic zone law that was passed has the potential to be one of those forces, but there were some elements that ended up in the special economic zone law that made it a bit less attractive than SEZs in other countries. One of those was the extraterritoriality for customs purposes that Ministry of Customs or Ministry of Finance did not agree to. And there were some other aspects, you know, I could go into detail, but one of the perceptions of the special economic zones is, okay, they're nice, they've got a fence around them, but they're not that special. So some tweaking of the special economic zone offerings and promotion of it could help. But we have, you know, there are companies like the Jababeka Group, for example, which one of their taglines is they're building cities, not just special economic zones or not just industrial estates. And that's taken from the perspective that, you know, the trends are that people who work in those places, who invest in those places, they want a lifestyle too. So they don't want it to be just a clinical factory. They want it to be a place where there'll be some entertainment options, some recreation options, some living options, a place that will attract people to want to live there, so that you then have workers who will work in the zone that's been developed. So some of the models that are used for special economic zone development, good practices, could be applied to local economic development to accelerate the development of those areas. But unless you have a developer who's taking into consideration all the factors, such as where will the workers come from? And how do you attract the workers? And what will the workers do when they're not working? The trend is to be more holistic. So, this is not something that can happen very quickly, but if there's a 4 or 5 year plan and it starts to develop. I was working on special economic zones in India, and they had some very good special economic zones where they had set aside the land, they cleared the land, they basically had allocated certain industries to certain areas within the zone, and then they gradually started to market those. And, it worked, and they had a long-term plan for marketing, and they gradually filled up the zones. And, it worked. It's been working fairly well. So, there are countries, I think the Jebel Ali is another example in the Middle East of a zone that has developed. But with the capital city, that's a special challenge, because there's maybe some questions, fundamental questions, like to be honest, I've not had a chance to look recently at what the current plan is for the area. But one question comes to mind, is it just going to be a government city? Or is it going to include some forms of industry surrounding it? And if so, what are the suitable industries in that zone around it? They're probably going to be industries that don't need inputs from Java, because then you get into the additional cost problem of, well, if it's inputs from Java, then it's probably cheaper to develop it in Java rather than going up somewhere farther to the north and incurring the additional costs of moving the inputs in. So it could be IT, could be financial services, it could be animation. There could be a number of things that could be done around the capital city to turn it into a growth zone, and maybe it needs a special economic zone status of some sort. But again, I don't know what the current plan is. I'm just putting forward some ideas that might be something to look at, because if it's just a government city, then you get the issue of, okay, if you're a developer who's investing, what are you investing in and what's your payback period? And I think I've heard about some ideas of maybe there being a bit of a trade where some existing government offices in Jakarta are bartered with developers in return for the developers developing the offices up there in Kalimantan. I don't know if that's a solution that's being seriously looked at, but it's not dissimilar to what was done with the Medan airport development, where the airport was moved out of the center of Medan, and that area was used for real estate development, and that helped to fund the airport outside of Medan. So these could be some creative solutions to try to get the investment, because it looks like attracting investment is still a challenge from recent headlines that I've read, that there may need to be more allocation of state budget, because so far there hasn't been enough private sector investment seeking to invest. And to have it successful, then it's going to have to be, okay, what can we do to make it more attractive, or to find some kind of a creative solution? But I think the capital city is a bit different than, say, other development zones, because it's got a special purpose assigned to it. When you're talking about greenfield somewhere else, I come back to the tourism one, it's a bit easier to do greenfield for tourism with a nice long-term plan with good assets. But it's a bit harder to do greenfield for other things, because the costs end up being higher than the existing locations for such activities. I don't know if that helps, but those are some of my perceptions and thoughts.
Thank you, Greg. Any other questions? I know we're over time. We might have time for one more. Otherwise, we will just move into a thank you from, I think, Bapanas and from GAC. Should we do that? I think we've done really well. We're about 20 minutes over time. And I very much appreciate the participation, the active questioning, the engagement. And I'd like to turn it over, if I could, to Parudo with Bapanas and to Bu Melissa with GAC, just for some closing comments.
Maybe, hi, thank you, Peter. Parudo, if I may, just a quick one so you can do the overall.
Yeah, first, Pak Mel.
Okay, thank you.
Silakan.
Yeah. Terima kasih Pak Rudo. Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja nih ya. Terima kasih sekali lagi Bapak Ibu sekalian sudah tinggal sampai saat-saat yang terakhir, dan ternyata di pengunjung ini banyak tanya jawab yang sangat menarik. Sekali lagi saya mau mengucapkan selamat siang untuk Pak Rudo, Pak Peter Walton, Greg Elms, kemudian para partisipan dari Bappenas, Kemenko Perekonomian, mungkin ada dari Kemendes juga, dan terutama dari partner Enslik dari pemerintah Provinsi Gorontalo dan Sulawesi Tenggara, dan juga mungkin dari beberapa partner yang lain yang selama ini kami kerjasama, termasuk dari SMI. Terima kasih banyak untuk partisipasinya selama dari kemarin dan hari ini, yang dimana aktivitas ini juga merupakan aktivitas terakhir dari Enslik, dan terima kasih untuk Bappenas yang sudah push untuk aktivitas ini. Melalui Enslik Project, memang kita semua sudah tahu banyak sekali hal-hal yang berkelanjutan, jadi yang sustainable, banyak result yang sudah dicapai, yang saya sendiri tuh dari beberapa kesempatan berkunjung dan juga bertemu dengan para beneficiary langsung, pelaku SMI dari beberapa tempat, jadi Gorontalo, Sultra, kira-kira udah kedua-duanya, dan juga misalnya seperti di Bali, Banyuwangi, Pandeglang, jadi ada beberapa tempat, dan Kalimantan Barat juga, Mempawah saya juga sempat pergi, semuanya itu memang banyak testimoni langsung tentang apa yang mereka dapat dari Enslik dan bagaimana hal itu berguna bagi mereka. Tentunya kita juga tahu banyak juga mungkin yang hasilnya tuh belum terlalu kelihatan. Jadi memang result itu mungkin berbeda untuk setiap daerah dan setiap orang. Tapi tidak terlepas dari itu, kita tahu banyak yang sudah dari Enslik Project closing, dan juga hari ini terlihat, dan ada beberapa hal yang memang berhasil Enslik capai dengan bekerja sama dengan tentunya pemerintah pusat dengan berbagai kementerian, dan juga kementerian dengan pemerintah daerah. Saya rasa salah satu yang inti paling utama dari berhasilnya ini adalah koordinasi dengan pemerintah pusat dan dengan pemerintah daerah, provinsi maupun dengan kabupaten, dan juga melibatkan private sector. Jadi memang salah satu hal yang sangat sukses harus kita akui, yang banyak mungkin program development lain belum tentu maksudnya melakukan banyak inisiatif, tapi ini satu hal yang diakui cukup sulit adalah koordinasi. Dan Enslik jujur aja kalau saya lihat gitu dari beberapa kali interaksi, ini cukup sangat berhasil. Nah, kami harap mungkin Pak Rudo, Bappenas, dan mungkin ada juga Kemenko Perekonomian bisa terus melanjutkan hal ini, dan memang sudah dilakukan juga. Tapi mungkin dari beberapa interaksi yang sudah dilakukan Enslik dengan private sector, dengan pemerintah daerah yang Gorontalo, Sultra, dan juga dengan beberapa RIF area, bisa terus dilanjutkan dan dimonitor oleh dari Bappenas dan juga dari pemerintah daerah dan dari kementerian lainnya. Kemudian juga saya juga cuma mau menekankan lagi yang kemarin Pak Kevin Tokar, Head of Development kami, bahwa sangat penting inovatif dan kreatif untuk supaya beradaptasi ke global issue yang sebenarnya memang mempunyai impact ke kehidupan kita. Jadi kayak misalnya ke harga-harga dan lain sebagainya, yaitu karena global issue. Jadi untuk mencapai Sustainable Development Goals memang harus kita aware apa yang sedang terjadi dan adopt untuk hal-hal tersebut. Dan kami berharap banyak sekali hal yang sudah disampaikan oleh 4 speaker selama 2 hari ini dari kemarin, dari gender responsive, menarik juga yang Caitlin sampaikan beberapa contoh itu sebenarnya bisa dilakukan. Kemudian juga beberapa teori approach dari Andrea yang dari Italia, dan hari ini banyak sekali aplikasi langsung dan perbandingan langsung dari Pak Peter dan Pak Greg Elms. Terima kasih untuk semuanya, untuk supaya UMKM kita juga bisa berkompetisi secara lokal dan secara global. Dan terutama juga betapa pentingnya peran pemerintah untuk dapat mempromosikan atau memajukan lokal ekonomi. Dan untuk itu saya mengucapkan banyak sekali terima kasih sekali lagi kepada Bappenas, kepada Kemenko Perekonomian yang perekonomian hadir, dan kepada provinsi pemerintah 2 provinsi dan juga dari RIF dan rekan-rekan dari Access to Market yang kebetulan juga hadir untuk semua kolaborasi dan kerjasama yang selama ini. Terima kasih banyak. Ini mudah-mudahan bisa ketemu lagi di lain ke depan, dan it has been a pleasure ya untuk bekerja dan juga bertemu dengan Bapak Ibu sekalian, dan semoga sukses saya harap untuk ke depannya. Terima kasih. Selamat siang.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Mel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Pak Peter, Mr. Gregory, let me deliver the closing speech ya in Indonesia. Pertama, terima kasih ya tentunya kepada Canadian Government, di sini Pak Kevin Tohar, Bu Mel yang mewakili dari GAC, kemudian Bapak Ibu dari Kementerian Lembaga, Kemenko Perekonomian, Kemenpan RB, kemudian dari Kemendagri, dan tentunya yang penting adalah rekan-rekan Bapak Ibu dari Kementerian PPN Bappenas. Kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para narasumber, the key speaker, Pak Peter Walton, Mr. Greg, Bu Kathleen ya, Bu Kathleen Pool, Dr. Andrea Ferranini, untuk masukan insight yang mungkin catatan-catatan di dalam paparan dan juga nanti di dalam diskusi bisa menjadi input bagi kami di dalam penyusunan RPJPN, dan tentunya juga penyusunan Renstra ya untuk kementerian lembaga khususnya yang terkait dengan small and medium enterprise, atau bahkan di strategi-strategi lain yang lebih aplikatif gitu yang bisa dilakukan oleh kementerian lembaga maupun kami, belajar dari praktek-praktek terbaik di dunia dan juga praktek di dalam kegiatan NSLIC dan NSRD. Terima kasih juga, alhamdulillah ini berjalan dengan baik, sudah direncanakan dari awal tahun ya Bu Mel ya, baru dilaksanakan bulan Desember ini dan menandai berakhirnya seluruh kegiatan begitu, khususnya dukungan terhadap Bappenas dari NSLIC NSRD, meskipun closing ceremony is already been done ya. Kemudian tadi beberapa catatan Bu Melisa itu kami mengamini, mengiyakan bagaimana praktek terbaik ini bukan hanya kita pelajari tetapi bisa menjadi bagian dari kegiatan kementerian lembaga. Dan tentu bagi kami ini menjadi bukti gitu ya, menjadi suatu evidence bahwa dukungan PLN dari NSLIC NSRD juga bisa memberikan manfaat khusus nih bagi kami, khususnya misalnya dukungan meskipun secara tidak langsung setidaknya memberikan insight bagaimana nanti RPJPN terkait dengan Local Economic Development khususnya di regional 2, di kedeputian regional itu, dan juga mungkin dari direktorat lain dan direktorat sektor di Kementerian PPN bisa memberikan insight bagaimana how to set the strategy, how to deliver the issue related to small medium enterprise, terkait dengan global mega trend, terkait dengan hal-hal yang kita pelajari dalam 2 hari ini, didiskusikan lah. Dan mungkin nanti juga akan ada begitu ya sertifikat ya kalau tidak salah ya Bu Mel dan Pak Peter, there will be certificate for attending this training, hopefully bagi kami gitu ya, khususnya teman-teman fungsional itu sangat bermanfaat, dan materi-materi ini tentu juga akan kami kalau boleh dibantu didokumentasikan begitu ya Pak Peter, Bu Mel, so this will be a part of sharing knowledge from the NSLIC and SRD project. Terima kasih juga untuk Bapak Ibu dari pemerintah daerah Gorontalo, dari pemerintah Sultra, dari teman-teman NSLIC NSRD tim, Bu Dini, Dan Bapak Ibu yang mohon maaf saya tidak bisa sebutkan satu persatu dan semua peserta yang sudah meluangkan waktunya untuk ikut hadir dalam training ini dari Kementerian Lembaga, Kemenko, Kemenpan, Kemendagri, Kementerian Koperasi, dan juga mitra-mitra kami, kolega kami di Bappenas. Demikian mungkin yang bisa kami sampaikan sebagai kata pengantar penutup. Sekali lagi kami mengucapkan terima kasih dan mengucapkan maaf sebesar-besarnya apabila ada hal-hal yang tidak mengenakan ataupun hal-hal yang terlalu lugas yang dalam apa istilahnya dalam penyampaian gitu ya diskusi pada training ini maupun dalam kegiatan keseluruhan Enslik dan SRD. Mudah-mudahan kita diberikan kesehatan, diberikan waktu, diberikan umur yang panjang, so we could meet up again Pak Gregory, not only online begitu, but meet directly nih sama Pak Peter Walton, with Mr. Gregory, Bu Mel, kita bisa bertemu lagi offline atau secara langsung. Terima kasih, mungkin bisa kita tutup dari kegiatan training ini. Kami akhiri, many thanks, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam sehat untuk kita semua. Terima kasih banyak.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Pak
wabarakatuh.
Doni juga dari Enslik, Mbak Siva, Pak Wedar, dan
Just if I
rekan-rekan yang kami
quick
tidak
comment,
bisa
there may be a
sebutkan
comment
satu persatu.
from Dini. Just you mentioned certificate. We are asking. We're hoping people will fill out the evaluation, and I think Doni there. Did you want to make a comment, Padoni, about evaluation and certificate?
Currently, there is a 27% who write the evaluation.
Pakai bahasa Indonesia aja, Pak.
Saya di channel Inggris, Bu, soalnya, Bu. Sedang ngerekam.
Bahasa Indonesia bisa.
Oke. Sudah 27 orang yang saya lihat yang evaluasi. Mungkin bisa ditambahkan lagi yang masih.
We are going to tie the certificate to the evaluation, so you have to do the evaluation if you want your certificate. This is our passing shot. Yes. So please do fill in the evaluation, because even Dr. Andrea was asking for that. So it's very, very helpful to the program and the speakers to get feedback on how we've done, what could be better, what you don't like, feel free. But please do the evaluation, and then we can track you for the certificate. Sorry, Doni, I'm interrupting you.
No problem, Pak.
Okay. And is the link very clear for evaluasi?
Yep.
Okay.
It's on the chat on Zoom, Pak.
Okay, so everyone, hopefully, and if not, you can contact us for that if you've missed the link, but it's there. All right.
Hi, Peter. Just a quick.
Yeah, please.
Hi, Greg. Just Rudo. Pak Greg, you are based in Jakarta, right? Just to check.
Correct. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. So Pak Rudo, Mbak Siva, itu maksudnya Pak Greg itu dia di Jakarta. So which program are you involved with right now? May I know?
Well, I'm doing a few different things. One is funded by the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation through TFO, the Trade Facilitation Office of Canada. And that's actually working on fisheries sector imports to reduce the time and cost of fisheries imports for the raw material processing. And I'm just wrapping up some work on tourism investment promotion capacity building for Lake Toba, Lombok, and Yogyakarta. And then I'll be looking for other things to do after that.
Okay, thank you.
If I'd known that, I wouldn't have talked about tourism.
So, yeah, so that's why your bahasa is very excellent, Pak Greg, I think. Very good.
Well, I wish it was better.
Lancar sekali.
Very apa namanya, very fluently.
Thank you.
So thank you all. If I may take you up, thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you to Bappenas. Thank you
very much, Pak Peter, Bu Mel, semua. Makasih Bu Siva.
Bapak Ibu, sebelum meninggalkan floor, boleh untuk ambil foto dulu. Mohon izin. Terima kasih banyak.
Boleh.
Mohon untuk di-on-kan kameranya ya, Bapak Ibu. Terima kasih.
Tolong semuanya.
Nice to see the faces.
Oke, saya akan mulai di layar pertama. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Bu Inang jadi bule banget ya.
Layar kedua. 1, 2, 3. Layar ketiga.
Ya, kepada Ibu dan Bapak diingatkan
1,
kembali
2,
untuk
3.
mengisikan form evaluasi.
Terima kasih.
Okay, well, thank you all again. Thank you all very much. We will be translating into Bahasa Indonesia the presentations, and they will be forwarded to you. So thank you again very much, and thank you for